Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Craftixie, I raided my stream with 11 views.
What up, y'all? Mic check and cam check. How's everybody? Also appreciate you, Crafty, for the raid. I heard it, but of course I was doing other things. But what's happening? I don't remember this song on my playlist. I mean, it's there. Okay. Must be one of the new ones I added like a month ago. Somewhere around that time. Jaeger, also Mippy was up. C6. Alright, well, had a pretty long and mostly eventful day, so we're gonna wind down with some, I guess, farming for stuff, I guess. Just getting better pieces of gear than what I already have. We're gonna keep playing Barrage. Tomorrow I will do start putting together the rapid fire. Also, new Barrage video on YouTube as well. That is now out. So that is what, 2 videos down, 1 to go. Until there's some discoveries with the builds that I cover that I probably need to make a new YouTube video for. Which I would not be surprised. Decoy. Oh wow, I didn't even let it to finish. Okay, well I guess it redoes it. Oh, DM's online. What are they doing? What do I think about Dance of Knives? Like, just generally, or? They nerfed a lot. They fixed bugs that honestly needed to be fixed. From the review copy of the game to live, they just didn't mention that they were going to fix them in the bug patch or in the patch notes in 2.0.2. So we just assumed that that would carry over, and it didn't. So that's pretty much what happened with Dance of Knives. So it had to be, it's pretty much all I kind of have to say about that, honestly. But as a skill itself, I mean, it's basically God 6 Demon Hunter from Diablo 3. It's been the win. Still a strong build. It just kind of goes to show you how much further ahead Dance of Knives was with those bugs. And, you know, at the time, to the fact that without those bugs, it's still a really good build. Relative to the other rogue builds. Now, obviously, we're not talking about Spiritborn in this case scenario, but if we're talking about compared to the other rogue builds, it's still a good build. Let's see. We're gonna go back to medium. I think I did high for video recording. The rapid fire looks way better than this, and not even without even glyph on the board. Rapid fire can do pit 65 easily. Rapid fire, so I'll put it this way. Like, rapid fire right now is very vanilla. And I think I kind of mentioned that before. Like, it didn't really get any new toys. It's old faithful. You know it's going to do massive burst damage. It's not the greatest farmer. Obviously, just because rapid fire is just not a fast speed farmer. But rapid fire has always been proven the past couple of seasons to be a very strong pit build, like pit push build. So it is not surprising that that is the case this season. I kind of expected that already. So I don't think anyone should be surprised, considering considering that nothing happened to it. Like they didn't fix trick attacks for precision builds. So kind of knew rapid fire was gonna make his rounds that, you know, like that. So I don't think anyone should really be surprised of that. But rapid fire is next. I'll be putting together one tomorrow. I guess we'll do not swords. I want to do daggers. Oof. Shame. Shame game. Shame. How's this build for bossing? Good. I was gonna say exclamation mark build, but I don't have the build video there. However, what I do have is this. It's better for bossing than I thought it was gonna be. I guess it just goes to show that I have some really shitty gear on the review beta, on the review build, that I couldn't even get Umbra Crux to like to help me out, because my lucky hit chance was just so low that it just didn't even matter that I had Umbra Crux, because I could not get it to do anything in the review copy of the game. So I was actually a little concerned, but it kind of goes to show that, yeah, like it's fine that I struggled in review beta with some of the builds, because that's probably most people's normal experience. So it allowed me to be able to write the guide in a sense, in a point of view that I normally wouldn't be in. And I think that was important. But yeah, Barrage slapped them. All right, so what was I gonna do today? I think I was gonna get rid of Starless Skies. I don't really have the gear to really test it, but like something tells me that like, not something tells me, but like I need to make sure that the Starless Skies actually works with Victimize. I'm like the actual effect. I'm pretty sure it does, but there's been times where, again, not testing it, but just literally just going off a feeling where I dealt more damage when I didn't have a Starless Skies, and I don't know why that was the case. And then someone else kind of felt the same way, and I was just like, that shouldn't be the case. That's weird. Like, there's nothing that should indicate that the mythic or the unique affix isn't working with that, or is having any issues with anything. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of issue. I mean, Blizzard bugs are all over the place, so, but yeah. Where's Vortex? I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna get rid of Caltraps because I don't feel like playing Caltraps today. Just cause. So swap this in the bar. And also we're gonna go with Shadow Clown. Definitely going less try hard today. Let's see. Then our Secret 2, but switch to Torment 3 and do this rough. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's optimization in place. The one thing I will say is this, and I get this comment a lot. Damien, what's going on? He said greetings from Uruguay. What's happening, man? Is that like, I think the idea that I think the idea is that like when you watch a content creator do something on YouTube, especially with like if they've spent many hours on a build and they have decent gear, right? Like they have decent gear, or whatever, or like pretty good gear, like work gear. Like their performance is going to be better than someone who probably just put the build together. And I can't stress that enough because I see this so often where it's like, hey, I just put together your build or whatever like that, but like, I'm, struggling in like T4 or whatever like that. And you're doing such and such. I'm like, well, yeah, because I probably spent considerably more hours putting this together and like putting the pieces together and getting, I guess, most of the right stats than you did, right? Like it's going to be and also obviously performing the rotations more efficiently because I've done it more, right? And that's just the case with any YouTuber, right? Any like any content creator, right? So it's like, yeah, like if you just put together and like your pieces aren't masterwork at all and or barely a masterwork, or you got some really low rolls or like a really mediocre fist to fate, for example, like then yeah, your performance is not going to be what you see in the videos naturally. Usually this should, go without saying, but yeah, that's probably been like a comment that I've seen. Not a lot, but like it's just throughout the past 3 or 4 seasons of me doing YouTube video builds or whatever. And it's just like, yeah, eventually you'll perform that way. You do all the stuff and get the stuff. Yeah, you perform that way, but not like, just put together. Why am I not doing T20 or T120 with this yet? And it's like, nah, bro. I mean, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Okay, let's put on a ring. Where's my old ring at? Okay, so this is an old ring, so is this one. I'm gonna need innovation rings still, I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna be able to sustain myself like that without Starlars, without innovation rings in the ring. That is my assumption. But I didn't want to like temper a new ring just for testing. So I kind of just want to use an old ring. Oh, here we go. Here's an old ring. This will work. Fellow Flurry enjoyer. I'll put it this way. I'm gonna say fellow Flurry enjoyer, but like, let's be honest, like, if Flurry ends up, being like, or OP Flurry ends up working out the way that it is being theorycraft, then you're gonna have a lot of people jump into Flurry. And I wonder what the Flurry enthusiast really thinks about that. Where he's like, "Yo, I've been on Flurry before people thought it was good, or before it was popular. Y'all just bandwagoning." Okay, let's go back to Conceded here. Retribution. I guess accelerating. I guess I could do elements, but elements is kind of, I don't like the whole not doing my damage half the time. And accelerating would just feel more fun to play. I might not even hit 2 breakpoints with this, but who knows? Because obviously my stuff is not optimized. But like I said, this is for science. Pizza, there you go. It said pizza. There it is, pizza. He's like, at least Flurry is getting popular. It's interesting because I wonder, like, I'm sure it's not exclusively to Flurry, right? I mean, I don't really know much about the OP, like the overpower type setups or whatever like that. I haven't had time to like look at it like extensively to see what the theory craft is or whatnot. But if it's gear based, part of me assumes that it's not just Flurry that can do that, right? Like, unless there's something mechanically with the passive or something like that that only Flurry can do. Oh, it's very gear dependent. Yeah, like you're not gonna really be able to make like a. So, you have Flurry because of double damage temper. Is Flurry the only one that has it that has a double damage temper though, or no? Is Twist and Blaze hit twice or is it double damage? I honestly forgot. Oh, TBS hit twice. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. I was just wondering because like I don't know much about it, but I've heard some things. I'll look into that at some point. But I have responsibilities first. I need to get finish my barrage and then go up on rapid fire. Do my Maxroll duties first, and then we'll play around with some stuffs. Endeavor, what's going on? Is that after watching the creative streams, that you appreciate mine? I'm gonna ask where did that come from. I'm not like don't like post anybody else's like stream names or whatever, but like don't, we're not trying to bash nobody. But like I guess where did that come from? Just out of just out of like curiosity. All right, I think I'm almost done with the Switch. Let's see. I think I'm almost done. Okay. So before I go and make a fool of myself, let's go to the target dummy real quick. Brandon, man, what's going on? Is that new here? Love the content. Thanks, man. I haven't done anything yet. I'm literally thinking about things. There's multiple ways to approach Barrage. I put it that way. Wondering if I wear the hat all the time. I do. It's part of the brand. You know how Rax has his hoodie or whatever? Yeah. I actually, way back in the day, started streaming and doing content stuff without the hat. The hat just came later. I don't know why, but I just put the hat on one time with the with the headphones, and like it just looked good. I'm like, hey, all right, we're doing the hat all the time now. Jesus Christ, man. My wait, if I don't hit something, I am in trouble with resources. At least I have almost perma unstoppable though. This way. Yeah. And then I get my Vortex. Now I get my Dark Shroud off of cooldown enough. Because not having Starless. I've been for what, 3 or 4 years. You've never seen me die without the cap? Are you serious? You never seen me without the cap? Yeah, so like Picha, do you not remember the God 6 Demon Hunter days? Like he's bald underneath. Have you seen the God 6 days, Picha, when the God 6 like was first introduced and stuff? Me and Area would like, you know, like really like pulling out the mechanics to figure out how it actually worked. Yeah, I wasn't wearing a hat then. Some of my first like rank 1 clears on YouTube have been without the hat. That might have been like when like right before you joined or so. But it was there. I guess we'll do some Helltide. I guess. Super Ashley never thinks so sad. He has to have the Joe Dirt style wig that's used into his brain. So I've been on other individual streams due to an update to a game that comes out Tuesday. Well, I'll put it this way. I mean, everybody has their own, you know, I guess style or how they like to run their streams and or what they want the vibe to be, right? What are they selling to you? What are they offering to you, etc. I ain't gonna lie, energy is rough. Like, well, it's actually not rough as long as there's like a few things to hit. But the moment that there's like one thing to hit, I go from like full to like 0. I think this is why like a lot of times when I was thinking about like other variants or whatever like that for like, you know, like the final setup variants and stuff. It's hard to recommend something like this, only just because like people struggle with energy even back like last season. Like there's so many comments about how do I keep my energy up? I keep my energy up. I'm like, are you hitting things? And it's like, yes. I'm like, are you sure you're hitting things? And it's like, yes. All right, let me ask the same question. Are you hitting mobs? No. Okay, well then that's the problem. But it can feel a little weird because sometimes you have to like stop spamming, otherwise you're gonna eat all your energy. All right, someone has to put a heart in. I'm out of hearts. Somebody gotta do it. Come on, dude. No, don't walk away. Put a heart in. Put a heart in, bro. I'm gonna follow you until you put a heart in. Where you going? Okay, so we're circling this dude. Okay, all right. Are we gonna count on him to put a heart in or what? What's happening? Oh, he left. Oh, he leaving. Dang, he left, bro. But no, go ahead, man. Put a heart in, bro. Put a heart in. Hello. Put the freaking heart in. I already put one. You apologize? You apologize? Wow. Wow, guys. I have no faith in humanity after that. 0. He's still not going to put a heart in. Do not tell me you don't have a heart. You know what? Fine. I'm leaving. I thought we can be friends, bro. I thought we can be friends. Oh, by the way, chat. I'm thinking of making a movement video this season. Would you guys like that? Like stutter stepping, rogue movement, those kind of things. This expansion actually has brought about some better keybinds that you can kind of take advantage of that you couldn't do before. So it's kind of made some options kind of like cooler and like easy to do. Easier to achieve some things. So I think now I actually might make a movement video that requires like, you know, no macros or anything, literally just settings in the game. Shut up, Riptide. I know exactly where that's coming from. Nah, I thought about it in the past, but it's just kind of like, I guess, you know, I will only really be showing off like my like the way I do it, and without any other like, I don't say reasonable ways, but like there's some new options now that I think I kind of want to talk about in terms of like the what you can do. I think you remember Riptide. You remember how we used to stutter step or whatever without with like, but you know, using kind of force move, but kind of left click it, you know, left click force move sort of thing. Like that's kind of back. I don't know if you tried it since then, but I have. So like that's kind of back now, believe it or not. It's not like the exact same way, but like it's identical. But you have to kind of do a different like button for it. But you can absolutely do it. Look at my bar right now. You see right here where it has shift as my left click. And then my left click is literally force move. So I stutter step the way I normally always do without ever having to interact with anything. Or mobs. And you can still interact with like chest and whatever. You bet I'm a good singer? No, I am not. I'm like horrible. Yeah, Mika, yeah, you can do that, yes. If you want to do more with that, please let me know, because I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. So why not use WASD for range mode? I don't like WASD. I mean, people can do it if they want. That's fine. I just hate WASD. I don't like the idea of having to use 4 different buttons for 4 different directions when I can just use 1 button for all directions. But that's just me, though. I feel like I'm missing something. Like either I forgot a multiplier somewhere. That's kind of what it feels like something major. I probably need to like jump into a pit to really figure out what it is I'm missing. What aspect did I put on the ring? I did accelerating, but which means that like, again, if I'm able to pour in more attacks in the 0.5 second ICD, then it still should amount to a decent victimized proc. But I don't stand still, so I can't use intercom. But the thing about it is that, like, I guess, for example, let's say hypothetically Starless wasn't working, then I shouldn't see a difference, if that makes sense, per se. Or I shouldn't see a big difference. Say try Barrage without Starless. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Literally, that's what I'm doing right now. Is this Heartseeker Rogue? No, this is Barrage. Hence the title, sir. From all the builds I played this season, was the best in your opinion? I don't know, because I haven't played them all. So I don't really have an opinion. And I guess also depends on what you mean by, like, so when you say best, what content are you specifically talking about? Because there's a big difference between, like, let's say speed farming Helltide, speed farming pits, speed farming Curious Undercity, and like pit pushing, right? Like those are 2 different activities. Inner sight? No, I'm not doing inner sight now. This is preparation still. But there's so much lag, I can't even play the game though. Look at this. I'm like skating. Yeah, this without Starless, guys, yes. But I can't play the game right now because Spiritborns. No, I'm gonna just sit here. Literally, I cannot play the game. Just intersect early game, yeah, because you have to. It's in the guide, and you pretty much have to early game. Is there any potential for playing Rain of Arrows? You mean like a pure Rain of Arrows build, or like having Rain of Arrows inside of a build? Alright, screw you guys. I'm leaving. Pure Rain of Arrows? I mean, you can do it. Just don't expect it to perform as well as most of the other rogue builds. But I mean, if you want to make a pure Rain of Arrows build, and you want to do like, let's say T3 content and farm 3, like T3 content, then yeah, you sure can. Just don't expect to be bossing on T4 with Rain of Arrows. Serious Garth, what's going on? Pretty much don't do any open world content because of Spiritborn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna look at that and probably have a fix for that. I imagine next week, since I'm assuming a big patch is coming next week, so I imagine performance issues should be at the top of their list. I'd be very surprised if it's not. How many points on second win? As many as you can possibly get. Real answer is 3. You want to max out second win. And if you can get 1 second win roll on like a pants or whatever, that's also very good. Seven caps it, right? Well, yeah, but if you do like 5 and then you do like barrier generation on like a boot or something, then you'll cap it without capping second win. So you don't necessarily have to have second win. You can literally do second win and barrier generation, and then you're done. Because barrier generation also generates second win barrier. Not a lot of people know that, but it's actually really, really cool. And second win and barrier generation do not compete in the same slot. So build barrage. This is barrage. I'm not spamming barrage without Starless. I'm hitting things. That's why. I'm not trying to sound like, you know, like an ass or anything, but seriously, I'm hitting things. As long as I'm hitting things, I'm fine. The moment that I don't hit anything, I'm out of energy. Because innovation ranks don't work. Innovation doesn't work without you hitting something. So as long as I'm hitting something, I'm okay. But it is harder though. Like with Starless Skies, obviously makes it way easier. Don't get me wrong, like way easier. But I thought I dashed. I waited too long to dash. I waited too long. I got greedy. Wow, I'm bad. I saw the explosion too, and I was like, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. I'll just dash. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing a multiplier somewhere, like a major multiplier, is what it feels like. You're missing play Spiritborn 100x multiplier. Only 100x. It's more like 1,000, honestly. If you want to be 100, like to be 100% honest, it's more like 1,000. I'm not even kidding. Spiritborns are trying to push 150 right now, or pushing 150 at the moment. And like rows are like working towards 100. Bro, I'm just being bad right now. You said Bill link. It's in the if you're on YouTube, it's on my YouTube page. Barrage video guide. I mean, part of it is I am lagging like hell being here, but like I literally see the explosion and I don't do anything about it. I just stand there. The unbalance is crazy. It is, but it is based off of bugs though. Like it's not like the Spiritborn is supposed to be performing that strong. That wasn't the intent. But the reality is Spiritborns are performing that way, and for whatever reason that might be, and yep, looks real crazy, right? New class. Who would have thought? I mean, it was to be expected. Honestly, like I said, I'm not surprised. Like I actually don't even want to be in like Helltide right now. I really don't. I want to be, but gem fragments. Whatever. It's legendary. I see what you got. Oof. Totally not worth. Alright. Well, screw Helltide. I want to see what the 75 feels like with the switch of rings. Let's see. A couple more things. Here we go. Is it just me or is Rogue super shitty this season? It depends on it depends on your metric. What are you comparing it to? Are you comparing it to what Spiritborns are doing? If that's the case, then every class is shitty. If you're comparing it to can rogues do content, can they do T4? Then rogues are fine. Fine as in like they're not terrible. But if your metric is something that's, you know, if your metric is comparing it to how broken Spiritborns are, then well, yeah, then every class feels a bit shitty. By comparison. I'm trying to run Benson Nasbo not doing anything. Well, it's probably because you're not snapshotting correctly. It's all about snapshotting right now. So if you're following the guys, make sure you're following the gameplay on how to actually run the build itself, because it's not really intuitive. You have to know how to snapshot. But also, I wouldn't just say you play one build and then you say the whole class is bad because the one build you're playing isn't working out. However, I can understand your frustrations, but I think you need a bigger sample size than a build. I can guarantee you your frustration is probably because you're not snapshotting all the stuff. But you weren't the only one that is going through that. Whoa, what happened? I should make sure I'm, oh well, I'll find out later. I feel like I died more today than I have like all week. I wonder if it's a skill issue or did I swap something important? I'm gonna throw back on the Starless after this. Like I won't change anything. I'm just gonna throw on the Starless after this. Actually, wait a minute. Okay, no, I have branching. High velocity. Okay, no, I mean, since I have everything. Milky BK, what's going on, man? That's the name I have not seen in a while, man. How have you been? Happening to barbs. It's looked like they gave the metal weapons away and gave them wooden spoons. I think again, just to be clear, everybody's comparing their class's performance to Spiritborns, and when you do that, every class looks bad. And what I mean by Spiritborn, I'm only talking about like three builds. If you remove whatever has been it's like broken or bugged / overtuned on those three builds, Spiritborn actually looks a lot more reasonable. But that's what would be the best place to farm gold now? Whispers. What changes barrage from cone shape to attack straight forward? Nothing. the white arrows you see are from Tyrion's Might, not from Barrage. But they don't do anything, so it's just a proc. Yeah, but this was a really bad run. I swear I must have changed something. Or if that, the things that I did try to switch into maybe just wasn't a good idea. So Whispers only give about 5 to 10 mil. I mean, they also got the well, I guess there's the gold opals, right? Have you tried running a gold opal? I feel like staggering is easier this season. I haven't noticed a difference, honestly. It's a not kind of sticks they're pushing because of the stat dropping more than anything. If something lives, it's because it's annoying. To not drop your stacks. You can say good, bro. Enjoying the expansion. Yeah, I saw that. The only like the last time I saw your name is when you was on Mippy's stream, telling him about the Beastfall thing, Beastfall, like AFK skill thing. Not Beastfall. Sorry. Yin's blessing. Yeah. And I was like, yay! It's BK. It's BK. Yeah, I don't know. It felt kind of weird. You know what? We're gonna craft a let's craft a regular skull. I don't want to spend any Forgotten Souls on that. And then we'll just throw on the Starless real quick. I'm not gonna change anything else, just the Starless. So if you haven't played Spiritborn at launch, I probably quit already, or on Rogue at least I had the motivation to keep grinding for better gear. That's fair. Yeah. Oh no, I definitely feel better with Starless. Although I don't get my yeah, I don't get my ultimate off of cooldown as fast, so and I might not want to do whatchamacallit on my bar though, like dark shot on my bar, because that's dangerous. I can't get off a cooldown quick enough to warrant it being on the bar like that. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll play around with it some more. What's 1.7 billion? damage I hit. Oh, 1.7 bills is actually kind of low. Like if I'm not seeing numbers on like the upper 2 bills, lower 3 bills, then I feel like I'm missing something or I'm not doing something right. The highest I've hit was like 6.4 bill. It was actually on live stream actually. I actually thought I would like Vortex a little better, but Vortex is okay. See, I got 3 Dark Shroud Shadows right now. And I gotta cool down still. This is dangerous to do it this way. This is a bit more comfy though. What's my favorite road build so far? I don't know. I think it's just I think I really like Barrage. I think Barrage performs a little better than Heartseeker just because like it can take advantage of Umber Crux and something which is something that Barrage cannot do. Not Barrage, so Heartseeker just cannot do. And it seems like that doesn't matter, but it kind of does. So I think Barrage is a little stronger than Heartseeker. However, just the playstyle of Heartseeker in general, I like a little more just because I like playing at a range or at a distance. Being able to play at a distance is just a lot of fun. For me, I can build more glass cannon. I can play to not get hit as much. I have more options available to me because of that. Whereas I don't have that with Barrage. However, spamming Barrage feels hella good. I like them both, but I think I favor Heartseeker just a little more playstyle wise. What else was I gonna do? So there's that. Oh, that's right. Mercenary. So we'll do her pull skill. Her pull skill is actually pretty good when she actually hits it correctly. If she yanks it like a certain angle, it's like really good. If she misses. About the Dark Shroud room, I was doing that before. But the idea right now is to kind of experiment away from that. Not because it's bad, but because you don't really find new things if you stay stagnant. I still think it's the best option, but I want to mess around with other things. Victimize not good again? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Yeah, clearly you never played PoE before. So I'm looking at the references from what the guy has said. But why is PoE a something that is being brought up quite a bit? Well, not quite a bit. It's like the second time. I mean, last part got some. Well, it's not as wild as PoE for sure, but I think what he's saying is not. It's not bad. It's not a bad thought. I mean, it is kind of silly in a game like this, where it's not designed in the way that PoE is, where literally that is the game. But with that being said, is it not Lumi? To be fair, they didn't make Spiritborn that OP. It was not intentional. Some buggy interactions is causing some things to scale way higher than they should. So it was not their intent for Spiritborn to be this strong. Sure, they probably wouldn't have minded being the strongest class. Obviously, it is an expansion pack. It sells. It gets sales. It'd be silly to not make it a very strong class. But I guess the difference, being almost 50 pit levels of differences between the one class and another, is probably not what they had in mind. Was thinking it might be good with Dance of Knives before the season. So are you wondering if Victimized has seen play this season? Strict? You're not trolling me, are you? Like, at all? Especially on YouTube, because like you're on my YouTube stream, and you haven't looked at my last 2 videos at all on my YouTube channel, which are basically 2 Victimized builds. I'm asking because it's like you're right there. Like I can probably understand it if you're on Twitch, right? But you're on my YouTube stream, and which has the 2 most recent videos of Rogue builds that are using Victimize. And then you're asking if Victimize is seeing any play this season. In fact, what you're watching is a Victimized build. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, what you're watching right now is Victimized Barrage. Do you think overpowered items will be hit or Spiritborn skills? I don't know. I think honestly, if I had to take a guess, I think honestly they're gonna be more concerned about the server performances right now, and maybe touch on whatever is causing the server issues on Spiritborn versus like balance things right now. Am I not a fan of Dance of Knives Rogue? I like Dance of Knives Rogue. You're in your bed on your phone. All good, man. I think they'll fix mechanics first. Like whatever's causing these servers to melt is what they're going to approach first. So I don't know how they're going to tackle that, but obviously that has to be number 1, because if people can't play the game, or can't play certain game types, and you can't play it by yourself, you can't do Helltide solo. If you legit can't play Helltide because of a class, that is a problem that has to be addressed like immediately. Going to bed? Alright, man. You have a good one. Wait, why are you unstoppable already? You're like way over there. Bruh. I guess I am just kind of just firing without like thought, so I guess that's also my fault. I'm not just like going straight from elite to elite. But that gets boring after a while. Got a perfect pain gorger. What class can you use it for? I don't know. No idea. There is some testing I want to do on pain gorgers though. I just haven't made the time to do it. I changed mouse color. It should be on the gameplay. Yeah, you tried, but it won't. You change color. Yeah, it should be in the gameplay option. You just go to graphics. Is it graphics or gameplay? Graphics. Yeah, go to graphics. Cursor color picker. Pick a color. Hit save settings. Goji Berry, what's going on? You know what I want to try though? Is there any penalty to claiming the season rewards if you haven't completed all the tasks? No. There's no penalty for it at all. Get some knives in tight corridors, I know, right? You try it again, it won't change? Really? Huh. Oh, you know what I'm gonna try? We're gonna try this, and then we're gonna go with the crown. Why? Because I can, or I think I can. I put it that way. I don't know. Crown is such a resource hog. Oof, my movement speed though. Forgot about that because I don't have movement speed. Or I don't have like movement speed rolled on boots. At least I'm not on these boots. You know what though? You know what I could do though? We'll make up some of that. We'll do like a small masterwork, nothing serious. Oh, on the lucky hit chance. Okay, I'll take that. Do one more. Leave it at that. Whatever. That's fine. J-Core, what's going on? Should I use the Umber Crux dagger with the Heartseeker build? No, you should not. It doesn't work the same way as it does on Barrage. You'll end up hurting your damage versus helping. Best way to farm for glyphs? Should be anywhere. You can farm for glyphs in the pit. Nightmare dungeons, Helltide. Pretty much anywhere. Why you use Shard of Varathio, you don't use basic skill? What are you talking about? This is Umber Crux, not Shard. Pit's the only way to level glyphs? Yep. Did Beastfall Booster Heartseeker get nerfed? No. The people who were trying to do Beastfall Booster Heartseeker forgot to put Cold Clip. Like, which is literally part of the build. You can't really play Heartseeker build without Cold Clip. And people just forget that you actually need Cold Clip for the Beastfall trick to work. Without Cold Clip aspect, it does not work. Actually kind of doing okay with Crown. Like I'm have to keep up my resources kind of okay. I just don't know if all the multipliers actually work correctly with Crown right now. I don't know if anyone else in chat knows, but I guess Crown like fixed or I wonder if there's like any interactions it still doesn't work with. Hey Olina, what's going on? What's happening? Weren't you just streaming just now? I was watching you like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. I made them unstoppable already. Wow. I mean, Crown actually feels pretty good. Although I have considerably less lucky hit though. And less crit chance, but I do have some health. And cooldown reduction. And slightly more damage. Slightly more actual damage, I'll put it that way. Or should. Sure, you've been asked this shit ton, but what is my rogue tier list for builds? I don't know because there isn't really a lot of rogues pushing the rogues right now, like pushing rogue meta or pushing rogue builds. So like no one really knows exactly how builds are truly performing right now with so little data right now. I could tell you that they're you know, I can tell you what the good builds are that I've seen so far, but I can't sit there and tell you one build is better than this build, better than that build, better than that build. Like, it's impossible to know because no one is fully geared out on all these builds yet. Because everybody's playing Spiritborn. So it's only what, day 6, day 5, day 6. There's just no way to know. And then you got to think about which builds are good for what content, right? What's great for speed content may not necessarily be best for pushing. So, like, I think I know people just want like a flat out generic answer, but like I don't really think it does it justice. It's just me just saying some stuff that I can't even verify. Yeah, I mean, I'm hitting crazy hard. It's doing all right. Barrage is doing all right. I'm having fun. Have I tried Dance of Knives? I have. I played Dance of Knives before. Would you ever use the Ranger Glyph for reduced damage? Nah. We have many different options for damage reduction, especially even through Paragon. So there's no reason to waste a glyph for that. Is there a huge power jump for getting a glyph to 100? No. The extra damage from Hair Perdition is huge. Yeah, it is. It is. It's big. But you're gonna call it a knife. You'll be lurking more soon. Maybe get some late night food. You're awesome. Thank you, Aelina. You have a good one. How do I feel about Mythic's drop rate? Feeling bad? I actually think it's kind of okay. Considering how easy it is for us to get boss match right now, I think it's okay. I mean, it's rare. I get it, but they're also mythics and they kind of should be. I do think that the rune crafting thing, like the rune crafting for different mythics, I think that might need like a little bit of work. But I think just the drop rate of mythics in general is actually kind of okay with how easy it is to get boss mats. Like literally, like I'm swimming in boss mats and like I wasn't even trying to farm boss mats. Can Andy's work with Dance of Knives? I mean, you can do it, but it'll be bad. Like, really bad. So I wouldn't recommend it, but if you would like to do it, you can. It just won't perform well. What I'm gonna do? Using Andy's right now because you don't have a percent damage to demon helm yet. The percent damage to demons doesn't really mean anything at all. You don't really care about that. I mean, you can use any unique helm, man. I don't know what build you're playing. What build are you playing? Dartless? Yeah, some knives. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's fine for now. Does doing the groups give more? No, but I mean, if you're sharing mats, then that means you have 4 times the chance to get a mythic because you're sharing the mats. I don't know. I actually really do like this helm. I'm just weary because it's been bugged in the past and they haven't really mentioned any bug fixes. So I honestly don't know what's working damage-wise and what's not on this helm. But honestly, if this helm actually worked the way it's intended, I'd probably would rather wear this over the Helm of Perdition for this build. But I just don't trust that it's actually like fixed properly. Crafty, what are you up to right now? You want to do some Undercity? Except for rapid fire, I don't care. Doesn't bother me. You can run Invigorating Strike setup. I don't care. You do you. Yeah, I think I might stick with Perdition though. I just don't trust that that this helm is working properly still. I don't feel like spending time to verify it right now. Invigorating Strike, is that a thing? I mean, technically you can, but I mean, it's not great. But you can. I did it on the review beta, like the review copy of the game. It was actually okay. But it's not something I would promote by any means. It's like one of those off things where you're just like, I'm bored. Let me go do something different. Elon must play with Rob on pit 125. How's that possible? He's level 250. I mean, it's really not that. I'm gonna say it's not that difficult to Paragon up. You just gotta play in groups, play content that gives a lot of XP, and then boom. And if you're playing Spiritborn, well, I mean, then Paragoning up should be really easy. Like really easy. Yeah, I don't trust this helm. I really want to use this helm, but I don't trust it. So yeah, I mean, 250 Paragon on like a Spiritborn isn't what I would necessarily say is impressive. Now, if you find me a Necro that's doing that and he's like maybe doing it solo, then I'd be like, okay, that's kind of cool. But Spiritborn, I'd be very surprised if you played that many hours since launch and you're not 250. In fact, I'd be a little disappointed at the moment. I'm like, bro, you're what on your Spiritborn? You're like only 220 on a Spiritborn? Bro, what have you been doing with your time? To the hard, but again, that's gonna be some crazy hours. But see, on the Spiritborn, not really though. Like, I mean, that's doable. Like if you played what, maybe 8 to 10 hours a day since launch, then 250 on the Spiritborn is not. sounds about reasonable. As long as you're playing with people who know what they're doing, aka Rob, then I mean that's not really that bad. Now if you're playing like 19, 20 hours a day or something like that, different story. But I mean 8 to 10 hours on the Spiritborn sounds about right. Grip is 245 on the Necro. Cool. So yeah, I'm more impressed by stuff like that. Ripper's not even streaming the game right now. Isn't he streaming like a different game right now? Today? He said he has the same hours like Rob. I was kind of wonder how he would have the time to do that though. How does he have the time to set a time, or how's he have the time to set apart to do something like to do this for that many hours? Given how busy he always says he is. Question for me: What's up, Killamar? All right, I guess I have to change my settings, right, Crafty, for you to join in.
Beware the envious, my friend.
Zay, can you link it to me? Sure. Boy, yeah, I definitely need some better stuff. I need some GA vulnerable bad. Better masterworking, etc. You're struggling with Dance of Knives, Paragon 160. Yeah, I feel like I can barely do any damage. Is KOD? Oh, you mean D? Okay, not the way for endgame. You can pretty much. I mean, you can, but you have to be very meticulous about your snapshots. Like you have to snapshot to do well on Dance of Knives. So like if you're not aware of all the snapshots that you need to, I say all, but like I guess these snapshots you need to be doing, then it's going to feel like a slog for you. On Dance of Knives. But it's a very good speed farmer. Once you kind of have it all up and going and whatnot, it's actually like really good for that. Wait, what is this? Somebody rated it to someone else, and I was like watching someone else. Sorry, y'all. My bad. Oh, now it's me. There we go. Did you whisper me? Oh, Panther Grease. I actually have a pair just like that, but I can't use it this season though. Last season you could, but this season no. Do I think Barrage is superior? I think Barrage is more intuitive. I don't know what build is the best build for Rogue right now because there's very few Rogue players playing Rogue. But I mean, if you don't like Dance of Knives, you can literally pick any of the other decent Rogue builds. You got Barrage, you got Heartseeker, you got Rapid Fire. You can go with any of those and you'll do fine in T4 as long as you have the gear for it. But I will say Dance of Knives is probably more difficult to pull off than the other builds. So you might have more success on like any of the ones that I just told you. How did I get the Om Room? It's just a drop? Yeah, just a drop. It's rare, but it drops. How do I want to do this? Let's do it this way. Because I kind of like the Crepify. See how I feel about this. I'm still in like experimentation mode at the moment. May I ask you a question about a build I want to try and it's driving me insane. I want to try it, but I need advice on if you think it's viable and I'm worth trying. What's up? Oh, Waller. Waller again. I'm always reminded why I actually like Decrepify. That execution at low HP is like pretty baller. I bet that you mainly use Blizzcon attacks to stab that buffs him. Okay, so you're talking about Spiritborn, right? There are some Spiritborn basic builds technically already that does use that staff, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, isn't like the whole evade build basically a basic build in a sense? Or am I mistaken? Get it back on? Okay. Oops. Yeah, where the enemies at? Bro, where are the enemies at? I tried for like 15 seconds, there was no one around. I wasted a lot of time in this loop, man. Pushing pit 60 distance knives and it's getting hard already. I don't know. I haven't looked into the invade build. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much that's kind of what that is. Yeah, most of the Spiritborn builds right now are kind of basic builds in a sense. So I mean, you're thinking on the right track for not knowing. I mean, you're on the right track, or you were on the right track. I put it that way. So Andario Barrage is now worse than normal Barrage. Well, Andarios in general is just not a great item this season. They put an ICD on it, and it's just not performing as well as it used to. Oh yeah, you showed me this already, Crafty. I saw you. I saw on the Discord when you were telling me about it. The 96 on Rapid Fire. I saw you. I think I was trying to tell the set. I'm like if Rapid Fire is old faithful, and like it's gonna always be a good push build. Like I had like zero questions that Rapid Fire is going to make it or do well relative to the other rogue builds. Again, relative to the other rogue builds. But yeah, good stuff, man. When are you gonna go for the 100? Oh wait, is it the group bug? Do I have to leave and come back? Is it? Well, I said I really wanted to try and make my own build where I have a rate build. I'm only due to one comfortably. I'm just not able to increase my damage much. Can't figure it out. So I'm gonna tell you this, Mechlars. Um, generally speaking, I'm not saying you can't make your own builds on, Diablo 4 or whatever, but there's so many buggy interactions in this game and things that work that shouldn't, and things that shouldn't work that does. That is difficult for you to kind of put together your own thing if you don't know what they are, and like your progress is going to be not nearly as good as someone who knows those things or very well aware of those things. So like it's just an unfortunate reality. The game is really not that intuitive. It's really not straightforward, and it can be annoying as hell. As someone who wants to put together builds, even people who know the game pretty much inside and out are still frustrated with finding new things that shouldn't be the case or whatever. All right. Says Cal is still at 5 extra damage. Is that like a GG Cal with like +7 trick attacks or? Okay, thank you for your advice yesterday. I'm 10x stronger already. Good stuff. Is there room for one other? Sure, I guess.
I appreciate that. Greetings. Hello.
We'll find out. All right, Riptide. Request invite.
Greetings.
Let's be honest, the Spiritborn builds are copy paste brain dead. Legend says that they're trying to get more Gen C players to D4. No correlation, no curse. For example, the Shadow Clone shock metrics that do not work as damage. Yeah, pretty much. Shamish, what's going on? You guys want to watch me do no damage real quick? I do have execute though, so I do help like with the execute part of things. See, I love your game style. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. I am all about the gameplay though. I kind of pride gameplay over much of anything else, really. Like if something's not fun, I don't care how strong it is. If it's not fun, I just can't be bothered with. Oh wait a minute, my Umber Crux actually helps the situation. Okay, yeah, my Umber Crux is actually helping a little bit. Look at me, look at me, look at me contributing, mom. Look, mom, I'm contributing. It's like it's like I'm not doing anything that my Umber Crux is, and so is Decrepify is doing a little something, but you know, other than that, I'm just eye candy. Yeah, see right there, 1.6 trillion hit right there because of the Umber Crux. Go Umber Crux. Oh, there's Lucky. He's on stream. Yo, that number, holy. Good evening, sir. Breakfast for dinner? Thoughts? Always sounds good, honestly. What are you thinking about for breakfast, though? It's a 3 trillion crit. Is Doombringer useful for the build? No. Although, hold on to the Doombringer, though. Like, there is a rogue build that does want Doombringer, but it is not this one. Here? Where are we going? Oh, the glyph thing. Wait, why did it spawn so far out? Waffles, sausage, eggs. Yo, that sounds great. Can I get some? Can I come over? Can I come over and get some, bro? All wrapped up in the burrito. Sounds great. What's that executability you mentioned? It's called Decrepify. It's a necro skill. So it executes enemies like trash and at least at low health. So it actually doesn't really matter. It doesn't care what hit level or yet you do or whatever. It's going to be the same percentage every time. So it actually does help like the group per se if you're actually running that. If one person runs it. Staking egg is only a good thing for graphics. I don't think I ever had. I'm sorry, ever had staking eggs for breakfast before. 8 trillion crit. 8 trillion, y'all. Soon I'm gonna start to need. I'm gonna have to go quadruple monitors, guys. On my stream setup, I'm gonna have to like get a monitor for every 3 numbers in the comma to fit all my damage numbers in. Well, not my damage numbers, the Umber Crux numbers in. there's ultra wide, and then there's super ultra wide, and then there's D4 wide monitors. We gotta fit all the damage numbers in somehow, right? Do I mind showing the runes I have? But it's just Warcry and Decrepify. So Ohm and forgot the name of the Decrepify rune. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, I don't know what the name of the other rune is. I guess I don't really need to attack, so let's see. Watt. Watt is the name of the rune. Oh, I forgot. Level up the glyph. Get the exploit glyph up. Yeah, you can't do Barrage without Umbercrux, for sure. Like it is literally the most important item in this setup, honestly. Heartseeker said Barrage or Heartseeker better this season. Hard to say, but again, because not everyone's min maxed and all that stuff, so like no one has like perfect setup, min max setup to kind of know. But I do think that Barrage has a higher ceiling, in my opinion. And Heartseeker, even though Heartseeker has more multipliers they can take advantage of, but the problem is that Heartseeker can't use Umbercrux or can't take advantage of Umbercrux, and that's the biggest difference between why Barrage is actually really good and why. So like Heartseeker is good on his own without it, but Barrage without Umbercrux is kind of bad. But with Umbercrux is actually like really good. So I think Barrage would end up being the better overall setup. But Heartseeker's obviously not far behind. Do I plan on playing Dance of Knives? I don't know. If I do, it'll be like later, like maybe like a month from now, maybe. You use Umbercrux with Heartseeker, works amazingly, but it doesn't do anything for you. Like, it doesn't do anything for you. You wanna know why? Because Heartseeker does not pierce; it ricochets. So if you're hitting the totem, you could have been hitting a different target. So you actually end up doing less damage with Umbercrux than without Umbercrux. Now, if Heartseeker pierced, different story. But it doesn't pierce. It ricochets. And that's the unfortunate distinction. That's why we never used it in any other seasons. Like, we didn't use it last season because of that. That reasoning. So you switch to shares or set? No. What build are you following, Royal? Like, are you following a build guide, or you're just kind of like winging it? Oh, for mobalytics? Okay. Interesting. Because it doesn't pierce. It ricochets, so you're not getting anything from the Umbercrux at all. Like there's no value on that on Heartseeker. So unless there's something else different with it that I literally have not seen, it doesn't really make any sense to do it unless there's something new was like discovered. Can you use Andy helmet in this build? No. All right, Endeavor, you have a good one. Not to mention, you lose a multiplier at the same time. So, if I were you, Royal, Milkman, do it. I would do it without. Just do a regular sword or a dagger. And pick up a multiplier. I don't know which one he doesn't have there, but like I'll pick up a multiplier, either Retribution or whatever. Whatever multiplier that you don't have that you might be missing. But I would say probably Retribution is not there, so I'd probably go for that. Yeah, Retribution or Intercom already. Okay, do you have conceded? Because you're spending energy, right? Is Shard of Varathio in that build? It's not a cold Kibla? Okay, so that must be like a quite a bit different approach to the setup. Okay. Well then, yeah. So then you can't run Conceited then, because you're not running Shard of Varathio then. Elements, I guess. Try Elements. Your Barrage Endgame build updated on Maxroll? Yes, it is. Yeah, man, you're welcome. How long would it take for you to clear this pit level solo? The answer would be not. As in, like, I would not be able to do it solo. At least not at my gear level. Like, nowhere near. This is like, I had to fish hella hard with Korean gear to be able to do a one-on-one solo. On Rogue. My job is basically support Rogue at the moment. I provide Umbercrux Totem, which actually does kind of play off the damage of Spiritborn a little bit, and I'll also provide Decrepify, which gives a execute at low levels. So it actually, I'm more of a support rogue than anything else right now. I got invited to a party that told me that asked me, hey, do I want to play? Do I want to join? And I just said okay. So here I am. Yeah, at 10%, yeah. I mean, that matters though. That's better than nothing.
Hello.
Trying to see how the other non-spirit world classes are doing. They're in a similar boat that you're in, Cookie. They're like 50 levels behind Spiritborn. All of them, all of the classes. So. I'm just saying. There's or I'll put it this way. There's 3 builds. 3 Spiritborn builds are 50 levels ahead of basically every other class. Ironically enough, most other Spiritborn builds are actually a bit more quote-unquote ethical. I'll put it that way. Yeah, but some of these bug scaling though is actually quite interesting. Because I'm surprised they didn't. I'm gonna say it's not. Okay, let me phrase. I'm not surprised, but it gets interesting how some of these things just weren't caught ahead of time. But and we played the review copy of the game too, so it's not like it wasn't. Some of these things weren't there already, but I don't know. Mr. Bryce, what's going on? Got GA Dex Amulet with crit and lucky hit. Nah, I'm good. At this point, I need passives. Or at least a passive on it already. We got Andy drop, but I don't have a new helmet, so why Andy doesn't work? Does it interfere with Victimize? It doesn't work because you're not really building around Andy's helm, and Andy's is not a good helmet this season. But if you don't believe me, you can feel free to try it for yourself, and then let me know what your results are. Andy's is just not in a good spot. It's been tested. But like I said, if you find something we don't or we haven't, I mean, go for it. I'm just letting you know what our experiences were. Andy's now has an ICD as well, which also hurts the helm in general. Am I just testing Shadow Clone or is it better than Death Trap? I'm just messing around with different things. I just kind of want an unstoppable. This is me like experimenting. So like this isn't like I'm playing it directly straight from how I have it in the guide. This is me like messing around with different things. Anyone using Doombringer this season? Yeah. Yeah, you don't find out new stuff or different things if you don't mess around with things. So while I might make a video guide on something or make a guide on something or whatever like that, I can't update the video, right? But I can always update the planner. But I don't always stop experimenting just because I made a video guide, you know what I mean? Or that I made a whatchamacallit. I'm gonna always keep going, well, what if I try that and put that there? Sure, on paper it seems like that'll be worse, but I mean, hell, why not? Let's just try it. That's how you stumble upon things. Most of the time you fail, and that's fine, right? But all it takes is for you to succeed one time finding something that no one else did, and then bam, you have another setup or a new build, right? When I test builds, how do I keep track of the damage output? It's more so of like clear speed. When you've been doing this for a while, you can kind of tell if, like, you know, especially if you've been playing the build for a while, you kind of can tell what a good clear speed is on that build because you played it for a bit. So when you try different things, you can instantly tell whether or not your clear speed benefited or not. I'm not saying instantly, but like you can tell little changes and be like, huh, this actually does help, or this actually does do the thing, or whatever. I used the Andy with Barrage with my I rose 2. Spiritborn, guys. Spiritborn using evade builds in PvP. In PvP, you realize that like that's not that okay. Alright, I'll leave it at that. If you want to use that in PvP, go for it. The PvP and PvE are two totally completely different games. Wait, where's the whatchamacallit? Where did I? Oh man. Different Andes, it's been fun. I've never done it almost before. Yeah, I mean, people like Andes a lot. I get it. Like, Andes was very popular last season. That was the go-to, right? But, you know, some things have their glory days and some things have to, sunset. And right now, Andes is kind of that at the moment. But the thing I keep telling people is that Victimize is literally the exact same thing as Andes, just without the poison dot. So instead of a poison dot, you just get a really big burst damage number. But the mechanics are literally the exact same thing. And you don't even need a helm to do it. It's literally the same thing. If you wanted to look like poison, go Barrage and do poison imbuement like I'm doing right now with Barrage. You get the little poison blast all the time. You can make it look exactly like the Andes helm burst. Literally. Only difference is that, you know, instead of enemies health bars, you know, going down over time, just enemies health bars just blow up. That's it. That's the only difference. Hey, Doctor, have you killed Lilith in T4 with Heartseeker yet? I don't think I even fought Lilith yet. I've had no reason to fight her, especially since the spark is bugged. So like, there's no tangible benefits for killing Lilith right now. But I will once they fix it. It worked for you today? Okay, because I mean they said it was bugged, and that a hot fix is coming. So like, for some people are getting sparks, some people are not. So I honestly rather just not waste my time. And there's nothing new on Lilith anyway. Like, she doesn't have any new mechanics that that I haven't done before this season. So it's literally the same thing as killing her in a Heartseeker in last season and killing her with Heartseeker the season before. Sorry, I had to spin my elbows. I don't have a new helmet. What should you use instead? What guide are you following? Because if it's a Maxroll guide, then Maxroll, we should have it laid out for you, like gear progression and everything, like build progression. Because we know you're not gonna have Mythic helmet at the start, so we have it all laid out to you in terms of which helmets you should use when. This season Barrage feels stronger than last season? Yes. Said you guys are speed running one-on-ones. That's impressive. I'm not speed running one-on-ones. I'm just providing the eye candy of lots of arrows looking like they're doing something, but they're not. My Umber Crux is doing some work though. Teeny bit of work. Yeah, moral support. That's what I am. I'm the manager. I tell them what to do. Hey, go kill that thing over there. Hey, no, turn, no, go straight. Kill that over there. Yeah, good job, guys. Good job, good job. That's right. See, I'm pretty good at my role. Is the Heartseeker rare arrows where beast ball boost still viable? Yes, it is. Would you only use the mythic unique tribute on Torment 4? I don't know. Probably. I'd be careful because I mean you got to be able to do the T4 content too, right? So you got to make sure that you're able to do whatever it is that you're trying to do on T4 with that tribute. So quality assurance manager, yeah, exactly. He gets it, Gash. Yeah, CV, you get it. How much do you think you can get for Yen's Blessings for Grid Affix? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I'm sure it'll sell. Given the fact that Yin's is good for like, you know, capping off resist pretty early, but if I have energy issues, can you use Stellar Aspect or did they nerf it? They nerfed it. If you have energy issues, let's say if you're playing Heartseeker, I don't know what build you're playing, but if you're playing Heartseeker, just use Beastfall boots.
One more? All finished, are you? See some steel you need?
Martin, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Wasn't the pit reduced to 100 tiers? It was until they decided to add 50 more tiers again. And the pits are actually kind of bugged right now. Anything above 100 is actually easier. They're missing affixes, so they don't have affixes at all. That's why we're doing one-on-ones instead of 100s, because they're actually easier to, like, considerably easier to kill in 100. Not considerably, but definitely easier to kill in 100s than one-on-ones. So 101 to 150 is actually bugged right now. Yeah. What specialization does Dancing Knives use? I guess that's actually a good question. I mean, most of them aren't really that great for dancing knives at all. After 138, the boss health doesn't go up either. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of bugs with pitch right now. What about burst and venoms for resource? What build are you playing, Lord of Shadow? How good is the torment scaling? I actually think it's actually kind of cool. Kind of. There is the differences are pretty big, especially early on when you're not geared between the torment levels. Like you can tell when you're not supposed to be in the right torment early on. Barrage, victimize. Well, you don't really need burst and venoms for the poison charges. Like, you're gonna have a lot of lucky hits, so you're gonna be able to reset poison imbuement a lot. So you don't need burst and venoms to do that. If I were you, I would follow the guide. I have it all laid out for you exactly what to do and why. There you go. And when. Also a video on YouTube that also explains the same thing. Died 7 trillion, yeah, bro. Actually, the highest I've seen so far in this group playing so far was 17 trillion. Via Umber Crux though, obviously. Which meant that some Spiritborn player did like 80% of that damage in order for me to see 20% of that damage. Get the screenshot for fair. Like, yo, Mippy, look what rogues are doing. Look what rogues are doing. And just like literally cut everybody else out from the screenshot. Right? Just only clip just that small snippet of that number. That's what they did. Oh, I know. I know. I know. The moment I saw that, I was just like, I know exactly what you did. Makes for great content though, because you know, you just make a YouTube short. Holy smokes, I crit for 17 trillion damage. No context, right? Oh, that was a 13 trillion right there. Trill. Getting all these glyph levels up. It's kind of nice. But am I explaining how you're scaling your damage on a rogue? I want to know how it works, so when I play a class, I know what to go for. That's multiplicative, what's additive, and how should you think about it. So on rogue, how do I explain this the easiest way possible? So on rogue, your damage is mostly based off your key passive and scaling your key passive. So it depends on which key passive you pick is how you want to scale your damage specifically. So let's say, for example, victimize, right? You pick victimize. The way to scale your victimize damage is to scale it with vulnerable damage, because the key passive scales with vulnerable damage. So you want to get vulnerable damage everywhere you possibly can. Also glyphs that also helps with vulnerable damage, or even gives additive vulnerable damage in terms of exploit, that is. Like the exploit glyph, for example, you know, gives quite a bit of vulnerable damage, and it also helps you apply vulnerable as well. Up 28 trillion crit. What? I should have screenshotted that. Anyways, yeah, so stuff like that. So like, let's say you want to do precision, Murd. Let's say you want to play a precision build, but now at that point, now at that point you want to scale crit damage, because crit damage scales with the precision key passive. It also scales with trick attacks, and trick attacks is doing some wonky buggy stuff too as well, which is making the scale a bit better than it's supposed to. So there is that as well. But yeah, so that's kind of how scaling works on Rogue in general. So you have to look at the key passive for the build, a build that you want to try to build and play, and then see what that key passive scales with. That is like the introduction to scaling 101 for rogues. There's more to it than that, but that will kind of get you started in terms of how to like start to scale a little bit. Does Fist of Fate matter in Barrage? Oh yes, it does. You can't play this build without Fist of Fate. You try Barrage and have resource issues. What's the problem? I can't really tell you exactly what your issue might be, but there's probably several different things. One, do you have a decent Fist of Fate? Two, do you have innervation tempers on your jewelry? If not, you're not gonna get any resource back. Three, if you're just not putting Barrage together and you don't have any mythic uniques, I would probably suggest you run Inner Sight instead of preparation until you get the set stuff that I mentioned. 4, make sure you're actually hitting something, like actually hitting a target. If you hit nothing with Barrage, you're not gaining any energy back, which is bad. That's probably more people's problems than I've heard in general. It's not easy to sustain your energy per se, but you gotta make sure you're hitting something, and you gotta make sure you have the Umber Crux totem out too, because that helps. The Umber Crux also has innovation ranks, and if your Barrage hits the totem, then that also gives you energy back too. It gives you an additional chance to proc innovation. So many different things. How many GAs do I have on Fist? Just one. Is Andarios S tier again now? No, this is not Andarios. Is it bad to farm torment bosses on T2, wait for T3? I mean, it's very easy to get boss mats. However, I mean, if you're playing by yourself and T3 bosses take a while to kill, it's just best to do it on T2. But if you need a unique from the boss, like if you need a unique from the boss to make your build work or whatever, don't wait to T3 to get that unique. Like, go ahead and kill those bosses to get at least get the item you need, and then if you want to farm bosses for different things later, you can wait to a higher torment. But if you need a unique for a build to be able to perform, go ahead and kill those bosses now. Don't wait till T3 and be weak until T3. How's Heartseeker's faring this season? I mean, in terms of Rogue is concerned, Heartseeker's doing good. 22 trillion crit there. Yeah. Like if you remove Spiritborn out of the equation, obviously, it's actually doing pretty good. I have a video out, exclamation mark Heartseeker. I have a video. Maxroll should probably readjust the tier list because this has to be S tier. What, this? Oh no. Well, no. Okay, so let me. Man, I think Lucky's probably gonna laugh at this because I agree. Like, I think me and Lucky definitely agree with this. I think at the moment that nothing really should be in S tier. If we have to compare it to the strongest builds of Spiritborn, nothing really deserves to be in S tier. I know what our metrics are and stuff, but the difference between being able to barely do 100 and calling it S tier and the Spiritborn doing a 150 and calling that S tier is just not even reasonable. Like, that's so misrepresentation. That so doesn't represent what's actually happening here. So the reality is there are, like, if we are, you know, keeping Spiritborns in that equation in the same, in S tier, right? Then no builds belong in S tier. No rogue builds especially belongs in S tier. I would argue the same thing with Necros. I would argue the same things with Sword. Like, the difference is just way too big. Yeah, does it feel bad? Sure, but it's the truth. Like, it's the honest truth right now. Like, I honestly feel like we need to do better on our tier list, in my opinion, and making sure that we're more accurate of what's actually happening. Because there's no way that someone could sit there and play, like, let's say, and no offense to, you know, let's say Dance of Knives, Rogue, right? There's no way that you play that and then you also watch the Spiritborn do any, you know, do evade build or quill volley like that and think that they're in the same tier. It's just no. Same thing with like Minion Necro. Same thing with some of the other stuff. It's just not. It's just not. Right? That's the reality of it. So no. I like Barrage. Don't get me wrong. I think Barrage performs well in its own bubble. But it is not even, it can't even sniff Spiritborn's boots. It can't. It just can't. So why do you think on my build, guys, I never ever mislead the public by saying, oh, this is S tier rogue build? Like, no. If we're comparing it to Spiritborn, no, it's not. Is it a good build? Sure. Is it Spiritborn levels? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, like I said, in my opinion, we do need to go look back at the tier list and make it more clear where builds actually are based off of what's actually happening right now. And we're not doing that. So I'm going to be 100% honest. We are dropping the ball on that currently. And we need to do better. And I know Lucky's listening, and I think he agrees too. Sorry, I mean, granted, yeah, it'd be nice to have a build in S tier so I can make content off of, and then people be like, hey, I'm gonna search for S tier builds on YouTube, you know, and get clicks on Twitch or whatever. But it's not about content. It's about being accurate. That's it. Point blank. Crafty says, I don't think people comparing Spiritborn as a metric in the game is fair. I mean, that's true, but it's not about what we think, right? It's about what everyone else looking at it is thinking. You have to include Spiritborn. Oh, 27 trillion crit right there. You have to include Spiritborn because Spiritborn exists. You can't just magically be like, well, if Spiritborn doesn't exist, then all these other builds actually look good, which is true. It's true. But the reality is Spiritborn exists. The reality is evade Spiritborn exists. Quill volley exists. And as long as that exists, then it has to be part of the equation no matter whether we like it or not. Again, I strongly feel that we should always take ourselves out of the equation and look at it for what it really is. Whether it benefits us or not, whether it hurts us for content, doesn't matter. The whole point is that people look up to Maxroll to give them the most accurate information possible, and we cannot, look at it any differently than that. So every other class starts in A tier. And that's just the reality of it. And I say A tier at like the maximum. Like there's still like a pretty big gap between Spiritborn S and what A tier would be, depending on how the metric you want to call it, right? But like you said, that's what you try to say when you first are making it. I didn't play Spiritborn in the review copy, so I couldn't, and I didn't really see exactly what they were all doing, so I didn't really have much of an opinion on it. But obviously, seeing it now, right? It's kind of like, oh yeah, well yeah, let's we need to look at this again. The S in S tier stands for Spiritborn, basically. Yeah, basically at this point, yes. But the funny thing about it is that not all Spiritborns are like builds are in S tier. Like there are some ethical, quote unquote, Spiritborn builds that are nowhere near that kind of power. But you know, there are 3 builds that are just far beyond anything else in the game, and that needs to be represented, and people need to see it. But that's my opinion on it, and I stand on that hill. Whether or not we at Maxroll choose to go that route, it just, you know, it's to be determined. But I strongly think that's how we should do it, because that is the most accurate representation of what's going on right now. And our job is to be accurate, and that's it. Our job is not to, you know, not hurt people's feelings or make people feel good. You know what I'm saying? Like, our job is to be accurate. I love some Rogue, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit there and front basing like, oh, I think this might can be like, you know, hanging at the edge of S tier. No, nope. No, absolutely not. Just no. This is A tier. Well, yeah. I mean, I would. The thing about it is that I would start other builds at A tier, and even then, that's still kind of roughly may not be complete representation because of how far the Spiritborn builds are ahead of other builds. But at least it's easy for people to understand. Whereas like, okay, there's 3 builds in S tier, and then everyone else is like a tier below that. When in reality, it's probably like 2 tiers, 3 tiers below that, but that gets a little wonky at that point. But I think it's pretty obvious to the player base when you see 3 builds in S tier and they're Spiritborn, and then you see nothing else in that tier, then you know that those 3 builds are just the absolute strongest, and it's easy to understand and decipher that. Lucky, we do have that. Yeah, Crafty, we do have that, yeah. Kind of, but it's kind of just pulled from the main endgame tier list, I think. So it's not even like what the builds are in a bubble versus what the builds are versus the endgame tier list. So it's basically the same thing, just without the other classes. But I think we probably should put more effort into that too. And so therefore we can be like, you know, in a bubble when it comes to T4 content and being able to level your glyphs, what are these builds in the class in terms of their own, like what tier would they be if we're not looking at other classes per se? And that probably needs to be evaluated too within its own class, right? Not overall tier list. But that might confuse some people too. So that's probably a touchy topic. Ace did 50 trillion damage in Pit. Yep, that sounds like Spiritborn. You got your minions hitting for over a billion. You're pumped. Let's go, bro. Landslide Druid can do 100. It probably can't. It's not like Landslide can't farm 100. No, but it can definitely do 100. There are a couple of rogue builds that with really good gear and lots of time can do 100. I think Rapid Fire is probably ahead of the pack in that case in terms of being able to do pit 100 or get there before the other rogue builds get there for sure. But Rapid Fire has always been really good at pushing, so definitely not surprised by that. It'll probably be Crafted that gets there before any other rogue does, because he's like at a 96 now, so like he's like almost there. But again, like I said, like, you know, being able to barely do a 100 is way different than being able to like 2 minute of 100, right? And that's where we are right now. Is Answer 9 still a viable in-game build? Yeah. I'm actually very surprised Riptide even said. I saw your comment earlier, Riptide, like about 10 minutes ago. He's like, you don't envy Blizzard for the position that they're in, the situation that they're in. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting what the call is gonna be. Probably next week actually, yeah, or I guess this week. In my opinion, I think the first and foremost thing, the most important thing they need to look at is game performance. Because it's one thing about balance, you know, obviously balance is a thing, and, you know, people are going to talk about balance, class balance, obviously. Your first time playing today. But I think game performance right now is the most important thing. Because if you can't play the game, like if you literally cannot play the game, like if you cannot go to Helltide because some builds you're completely wrecking the servers, then that's a problem. And that needs to be addressed first, period. Because you cannot play this game solo. You can't just play it offline. You have to play with others in the open zones. So you're barred out of playing certain content in the game because of what some builds are doing to the game. And that to me is by far is probably the most important thing they need to address right now. And something tells me that will probably, they'll do something about something like that maybe next week or so. Because I mean, they can't let this go on like this. The game performance issues. Sirach,
dark side.
what is going on with the raid? I can't do the dance right now,
Drop
but
my new beat for these new viewers.
I appreciate the raid, sir. Hope all is well.
Sheezy.
Out. Every bees go hard. Yeah, I usually do the dance with the glasses
my
too.
stream with 19 views.
But I was already in the pit run. I probably could have just did it anyways and just sat the entrance. I'm not doing anything anyway. But yeah, I probably could have just died and did the dance and then run to the glyph to podium. It's probably what I should have did actually. Now I think about it. How's it going, Sirach? BA Surge, what? You said this is dope, so dope. LOL, first other black man I've seen playing this. I feel safe here. What's up, man? Yeah, I it's funny, I made this comment like months back. I was saying I think I'm the only like African American that consistently makes content for this game. Like for Diablo 4. So like there are like maybe one or two that kind of dive in a little bit. Pewter, Odin does a little bit. EK does every now and then. But like those are rarities though, like rare. But in terms of like consistent face that you see all the time, I'm pretty much it. What happened to Leviathan? He's a dev now. He works on Diablo 4. Yeah, he handed me the he handed me the crown basically. He passed it to me, man. He passed the torch. It was like it was me for a while, Dark Side, but now I gotta pass you the torch. Keep it going, sir.
What's still got some good in it? Not a bad pull. Hello, shiny fashion that. Well, there's something special.
Sir. Would you do this tonight, Sir? Is you said 1-on-4? What build? Was it minions or what you doing? Spirit wave? Bone spirit. Okay. Oh, cool. That's good. That's good to see. So African American or not, you're still an awesome streamer, Doc. So, well, thanks, man. I mean, I don't talk about it. Like, I mean, it's not something I mention like at all in any of my streams or whatnot. I guess happen. Oh, 30 trillion crit, guys. 30 trillion crit. I saw that number, right? Go Umbercrux. Go. 20% of Spiritborn's actual damage right there happening. Nah, but like, because it was brought up, I decided to make a comment about it. But yeah, I mean, I normally don't. No one else really does either. The community's been very good. Like the content creator community and the community in general has been very, like, we don't. I mean, obviously, it never gets talked about. No one cares whether I'm white or black, and that's a great thing. So absolutely loving this season. We care about blasting. Yeah, pretty much. I want to play Rogue without depression. Have I messed with Dance of Knives? I mean, I play Dance of Knives. How's it compare to Barrage? I mean, they're both good builds. Barrage is a better push build than Dance of Knives, but I think Dance of Knives is a little better for speed farming. Just simply because you can, like, kill things on the move. So like anything that you can spin to win it and not have to stop to deal damage for any particular reason is going to have an advantage for speed. Naturally. Look at all of us talking about some ethical numbers. We're talking about billions, right? While the Spiritborn is just like billions. What? I was hitting for billions at level 29. All these Spiritborn players, like, bro, really? You're just now hitting for billions? He's like billions are cute. Oh, where's the totem? Where's the thing? There it is. Nah, but like for real, like on my Rogue, the highest I've hit so far on my Barrage build has been 6.4 billion. Bro, I failed 4 times. I failed 470%. Alright, so Rock, yeah, we're going, man. Hey, Doc, between Barrage versus Flurry, which is better leveling in Endgame? Leveling, I'd probably go with Flurry for leveling, to be honest with you. I think it's just more intuitive. Endgame is going to be Barrage. However, there is an overpowered Flurry build that's kind of in the works. But it requires like Korean gear, basically. Sorry. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop mid finish or whatever. So yeah. So there's an overpowered Flurry build that's kind of in the works. That might be the best Rogue build, but gearing for it is like literally almost impossible. Meaning like maybe like a handful of people might be able to play the Flurry build, and that's kind of it. So. So like that might be the strongest Rogue build. But again, like, wait, where's everybody else? Okay, there we go. But if you're not doing overpowered Flurry, then yes, Barrage is definitely better. How much stronger do you anticipate it to be? What do you mean? Like how much stronger than what exactly? Build? It's on my YouTube guides. If you want to check on my YouTube, it's the latest video I put out. Barrage. How much stronger do you anticipate it to be the build than Barrage? I mean, I don't know. Like, I honestly do not know. It's one of those things that is still kind of in like observation land right now. There's like maybe 1 or 2 people that have actually like kind of started putting it together. I think C6 is one of them. He's probably the furthest along out of anybody I know. That's kind of putting it together. Maybe Mippy's trying to do the same thing too, but it takes a long time. But the thing about it is that like while that build might be the strongest Rogue build, or may end up being the strongest Rogue build, like most people aren't going to be able to play the build because of the gear requirements. Period. So like even telling you that it is the strongest build may not do you any justice. If it's going to be out of your reasonable range to be able to build said build, if that makes sense. At that point, you might as well just make a Spiritborn and be able to hit for way higher numbers with like 10x less the effort. How to keep English so high without running out? Innervation tempers on jury. Right now, Starlit Skies actually helps a ton. It's kind of really it, I think. Yeah, that's kind of really it. But yeah, you gotta make sure you hit stuff. Because innovation doesn't work if you don't actually hit a target. So if you're spamming at like 1 or 2 enemies, and that's it, then you're probably gonna run out of energy. Like last season's amulet, yeah, basically, Steve. But yeah, I do appreciate the glyph upgrades though. Like yeah, that would kind of help with some things. I got two at 100 right now. I might skip and get my combat glyph to 100 next because I'll be playing some rapid fire soon myself. But I recommend using your boss mask in T2 instead of waiting until T3 or T4. Well, depends. If you're playing with a group of friends, it's just easier to find a Spiritborn friend and just have them, and then run boss masks with him in a higher tier. If you do not have a Spiritborn friend and you're playing by yourself, I would recommend staying in T2 if T2 is fast to kill bosses with. Like, don't just jump to T3 just because you have a better chance of finding mythics when a boss drops. Because if it takes you a lot longer to kill that boss in T3, then it's actually way less efficient than just doing the bosses in T2. The good thing is that getting boss masks is super easy this season. So you're never really wasting boss masks if you just do them on a lower tier if you have to play that solo. Like, it's way easier to get boss masks this season than before. So there's no like, I farmed all day for like, for 20 rounds of Durio, right? Like, nah, those days are over. Like, I'm swimming in boss mats, and I have not purposely farmed a single boss mat. You forgot you can only reroll an item once. Yeah, you can only reroll or re-temper once. But I actually do like that what they did though. I think it's definitely an improvement. I do like the whole once thing too as well, and the fact that scrolls drop there's such a high drop rate of the scrolls from Infernal Hordes that like you pretty much are getting many chances at tempering in a sense. So I mean, obviously, yeah, you could still break. Don't get me wrong. Like you can still break even with that, but at least you have considerably more chances to try. Do you know how much better of a chance it is to get mythics in T3 or T4 compared to T2? I don't know the exact percentages. I don't know if anyone has the exact percentages right now in terms of what the difference is between the tiers. But like I said before, what I was saying earlier still stands. That if it takes you 5 minutes to kill Durio on T3, but it takes you 30 seconds to kill Durio on T2, and you're playing solo, then T2 is going to be way more efficient to farm those bosses on. T3 plus does drop more GA. Well, yeah, they do. But like, if you're talking about mythics, they're already GA. All mythics always rose ancestral and GA. So that doesn't matter. But Bryce, my best advice to you is just get a Spiritborn friend to carry you in the higher tournaments. if you really want like the best method, I'm not saying that like, you know, I always just promote just getting carried all the time, right? But like if that's what you want to do, like if that's you're really looking forward to trying to get you know, a mythic, unique, or like really good ancestral uniques for a build or whatever, just find a Spiritborn friend who's playing Quill Volley, carry you all day. Yes, sure, but the uniques, yeah, but Kush, I think you're not getting what I'm saying. Even if you're talking about the uniques, if it takes you 5 minutes to kill a boss, but 30 seconds to kill a boss and 1 tier lower, you're still gonna get better uniques in T2 than T3. It's about numbers, not about like, yeah, it's just about raw numbers at that point. Like if you can kill a boss 8 times over the time that it takes for you to kill one boss in like a higher tier, it's not worth it. This party rap, and I recommend using the party fighter. Okay, well that's what I'm just saying. That's what I said. Just find a Spiritborn guy, and say, hey, you got mats. If he's willing to carry you, and then bam. But like I said, at the same time, not everybody is playing in a group or whatever like that. So if you have to play solo, then the best way to do that is speed farming, not struggling. Today you got a Perdition, Doombringer, Starless, Andes, all within an hour. Using Gear Opal, I don't know if that impacted. I don't know. I don't know if the Gear Opal has any weight on mythic drops or whatever. I would assume not, but I don't know. Am I liking Barrage or Heartseeker more? I don't know. So that's actually a really good question. There's something about Heartseeker I like, you know, being able to play range, play at a distance. Like a true range rogue in a sense, where I never have to get close for any particular reason. And that means I can stack more multipliers because I don't have to get close. I'm not worried about defense as much. However, Barrage has a little higher season. Sorry, a little higher ceiling. Just because of the Umbercrux. The Umbercrux being able to also proc victimize is a huge benefit for Barrage. But you can't really use that on Heartseeker. As Heartseeker ricochets versus Pierce. And so like you don't really get nearly the same benefit with Umbercrux as you do, let's say, on Barrage. Like, not even close. So that's kind of the biggest difference between the two. But they do share the same key passive, so it's basically the difference between them would be more of like which playstyle do you want to play. If that makes sense. Like, do you like to kind of like spam arrows but be close, or do you want to pew pew from a distance That's kind of what how. And then if you want to switch between the two builds, they share the exact same Paragon board. So you can just literally keep the same Paragon board, swap out a few pieces of gear, and boom, you're playing the other build. So you're not stuck playing a build you may not like, and you want to try the other one. You can just like legit just easily swap.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Hello. Not actually go. Hello. Shame that. Not a bad pull, that.
But yeah, I mean, both of them are good builds. Both of them are good builds. I think I have slightly more fun on Heartseeker, but I think Barrage is a little more effective in general overall. Any half decent Twisting Blaze builds? No. No. Nope. How are trap building this season during the season? I don't know. I don't think anyone's built one yet. Keep in mind there's so few rogue players right now because, you know, obviously Spiritborn, right? So I think builds are going to evolve really slow this season on rogue because there's just not many people actually like pushing the agenda on the class right now. So I don't know of anyone who's built Death Trap yet. So I can't tell you how Death Trap is performing. My assumption is probably not very well, but again, that's just going off of the review copy of the game. I don't really truly know. You said Death Trap, bro. Oh, you mean the Death Trap build on Maxroll? Let me know how it goes for you. What runes do I use? Ohm and Mott. It's a Mott. No, sorry. Tamwatt and Zolom. I swap out often, so like I wouldn't look at what I'm doing right now as, oh, this is the one you're supposed to do. If anything, I will follow the guide that I have because that's going to be more concrete. This is me messing around with things and being like, oh, let me try this. Oh, let me try that. Hey, that looks like that might work. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. Who knows? We're going to try it. You run your own. You don't follow guys. Okay. So let me know. Let me know how it goes for you. Let me know how Death Trap goes for you. Go T, tell me how I do that much damage. I'm giving up playing your Rogue. Because T4 is unreachable. I got 2 Ubers, ring and helmet. So T4 on Rogue is not hard. That part is not hard. I said not hard. I'll put it this way. Like T4, like getting the T4 on Rogue and be able to deal good damage on Rogue in T4 is not a difficult task. You definitely can do it. Obviously, just keep in mind with any particular builds you play on any other class that isn't, well, Spiritborn, right? You're gonna have to have pretty decent gear if you want to like be able to thrash T4. So simply just having the item itself is not necessarily good enough for T4. Like you need to have the right stat on the items, or you know the correct portion of it. Especially like let's say if you're playing most rogue builds like Fist of Fate, it's important that you have a good Fist of Fate. You can't run with shoddy Fist of Fate.
We just got
it's gonna be really bad for you.
You know how we do.
That's just one
Drop
example.
my new beat for these
Nick
new
with the
viewers.
Ray, what's going on, man? In the rip right now, but appreciate the raid. Sheezy. Out.
Nick Thornton raided my stream with 8 views.
How's it going, man? Oh, that was a bad Umbercrest placement. That was so bad. Tired but still grinding road. Very nice. What build are you playing, man? But I do approximately 5 million with very well gear. What build are you playing? And 5 mil is very low. If you have really good gear and you're critting for 5 mil, there is something wrong. Like something very wrong. Barrage. So if you have very good gear, and I have decent gear. I have decent gear on Barrage. Okay. It's not bad. It's pretty good. It's definitely not very good, but it's pretty good. And like I average around what 2.5 to about 3.2 billion crits on my victimized procs. So there's no way that if you're doing 5 mil and I'm doing that range, but with not as good as gear as you probably have, that you say that you have, then there's something missing. Victimized's the only way to get those damage numbers. You can kind of get somewhere near that with like, well, somewhat. Oh, I'll say conditioner rapid fire. Conditioner rapid fire can probably hit those numbers per arrow or close to those numbers per arrow, but that's, you know, obviously only on targets that aren't crowd or that aren't like, it won't be on the boss by any means, but like, you know, regular mobs in the rifts, yeah, you can. But that's like with really good gear. Other than that, it's gonna have to be a precision or a victimized build for those numbers per se. But keep in mind that victimized goes off once every 0.5 seconds, so it's not like I'm getting those numbers like, you know, 10 times a second or anything. It's literally twice a second at best. So. How do I keep Dark Shroud stacks up if it's not in your bar? Does it have to be in your bar? Well, I'm kind of messing around with something different where I decided that I want to cast my own Dark Shroud instead of doing Umbrus or the Mott Rune. But I can literally just do Mott Rune and be able to get Dark Shrouds that way. Or I can do Umber Curse and get Dark Shrouds that way. Right now, I just didn't want to run traps, so I just decided to do this and just go with a different rune in general. So there's multiple ways you can do it. I just chose to do it this way today because reasons. glyph not upgrading bug, there's a chance for it to upgrade after a certain point. So like after a certain level of your glyph, you have to, it's going to not always be a 100% chance. Will the assessor version of the Barrage build reach above 1 billion damage? Yeah. Yeah. The mythic version is almost, it's just more of a feel good, honestly. I mean, Call the Nameless is still very good. Starless Skies is, you know, good, but it's not like a huge multiplier bump for you. It's more of a, I can keep my barrage spamming up now. And Interior's Might is just to make sure that you have armor, that you have your resistant armor cap. That's it. So you can do above 1 billion easily with barrage without the mythics, because the mythics isn't what's really carrying. The star is best in slot for concurrent season rapid fire. I believe it. So second win cap is 7, pretty much. You have 8 points. Well, remove 1. See, I watched. Sorry, the drink got you tonight. Oh man, you're good. Because we be doing all the rogue fun stuff. Yeah. I think the thing is that like, if you're not playing Spiritborn, right, then you know mentally that you're okay with not doing the damage that Spiritborn is doing. Like for me, I play rogue all the time. Regardless of where they are in the meta, I don't really too much care where they are. I mean, obviously, you always want your class to be doing well. Like, who doesn't want their class to be doing well? But, like, a part of me, I play the game. I play a game like this for fun. Regardless if I do sweaty, try-hard, mechanical things, but at the end of the day, I play for fun. So, like, another class being very strong doesn't make me feel insecure about my own class or what I'm doing. So like right now, Spiritborns are absolutely nuts, right? But I'm not screaming for them to be nerfed. I'm not going, oh, they you know, Blizzard needs to, you know, nerf them now, otherwise I'm not going to play the game, or I'm going to quit or whatever. Like, no, I'm not that person. There's no competition between the classes. There's no leaderboards. There's no nothing. So it doesn't, Spiritborns being completely OP doesn't necessarily affect me in any way, shape, or form of what I do on Rogue. What I don't like though, and I will say this, what I don't like is when, unfortunately, Spiritborn builds are affecting the servers where I can't play Helltide. Now that's a problem, because now all of a sudden that's affecting my experience. But that's a game performance issues with some of the builds. But it's not about how strong the builds are. I don't care how strong they are. It's just more of a, I want to play Helltide, and it's hard to do that with, you know, 40 Spiritborns spamming in Helltide and like completely like locking up my PC. That I care about. That part I care about. But them being strong, I mean, okay. I mean, it's crazy. It's ridiculous. I'm not gonna say it's not. But, you know, I'm still gonna rogue the way that I rogue, and that won't change. Yeah, Spiritborn is basically primarily the reason why, if you're having any issues, lagging or stuttering and stuff like that in Helltide is Spiritborns. Just build better than Heartseeker are the same. It's slightly better than Heartseeker, in my opinion. What's the highest damage number on this build? 6.4 billion is what I hit so far. But it'll be higher than that once I start getting better gear. Or better rolls on my gear and stuffs. Was Andoria's build nerfed too much this season? It's just not worth. And Victimize literally does the exact same that Andorios does. So there really is no reason to even attempt Andorios. Because Andorios is just a much weaker, not much. It's a weaker Victimize, basically. So if you like Andorios, you can just play Victimize and do the exact same thing, basically. Without having to find a mythic helmet to do it. That's great considering a non-spirit board glass. Yeah, I mean rogues are fine. Oh, okay, rogues are good within the confines of Spiritborn not being a thing. I'll put it that way. If we're just talking about can a class do T4 well, then yes. There are several rogue builds that can do that. Struggling with Flurry build, I guess do no damage and just making you this discouraged. How long you been doing the Flurry build? Flurry probably takes a little more gear, honestly, to be before you can actually really do like well on Flurry and T4 that is. But like you want your season 4 Flurry back? Or you did Heartseeker back? I hold left click and breeze through 120 pit. You do know Heartseeker is stronger now than it was then, right? It's just that the game scaling is different. So what? So a 120 then would be like the equivalent of like a 65 now or 70 now. So it's all you have to look at the whole thing in context. So you can do exactly what you literally are wanting to do now. It's just that obviously the game has been, you know, the difficulties have been, I'm gonna say repurposed, but like the numbers, like the pit numbers are not the same. Like a 120 then is not the same thing as a 120 now. It's like not even close. So yes, and the bubble actually Heartseeker right now is stronger than is probably the strongest it's ever been, to be honest with you. Can we unsocket rumors from weapons? Yes. Any good builds with Strata Kandars that you know of? Dancing Knives was using it. Trying to follow this way. Grandmaster Paragon gonna feel like D2 days. Yeah, but you don't really gain much from like Max Paragon. How do you unsocket runes? The same way that you unsocket jewelry. You know gems in your, like, you know how you put gems in gear and you go to the jeweler to unsocket the gems? Yeah, you can unsocket runes the same way. It doesn't not seem bad compared to the other bow builds. I think learning how to actually snapshot and being able to do it well makes Dance of Knives pretty difficult to to play for most. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that like if you don't do that well, then Dance of Knives is not going to perform well. In terms of what I think is the strongest rogue build at the moment, I don't know. There's only but so many people playing rogue and trying to push the agenda for builds and stuff. So I don't know. Like there are no rogues right now with best in slot gear for builds right now to be able to where we can go, you know, compare and be like, okay, my best in slot build versus your best in slot build versus your best in slot build kind of thing. Like we don't have that yet. I could tell you what the stronger rogue builds are, like in terms of like if I had to name like strong rogue builds, I can tell you what they are, but I can't be like, oh well, this one's definitely the best and that you should probably play this one because this one's definitely the best. I can't tell you that. No problem, Alex. All good. Dance of Knives is amazing once you get GG gear, like Koreanish gear. I'd hope so. You probably can make quite a few builds feel kind of good if you had Korean gear. Imagine the build feeling awful even with Korean gear. Just the baseline C6. Just send me a link. Just baseline like what you have. I guess you can just do the whole planner. That's fine. But yeah, just DM me. I just want to take a look at what's necessary. That's all. Because I haven't had time to check it out. Pros, it seems really good. Cons is 90% Spiritborn gear. Oof. Are you making a mistake trying Death Trapper? It depends on what you consider a mistake. Do you find Death Trapper a lot of fun? If so, then probably not. But just understand that I don't expect it to be where the top of the other top rogue builds to be. But I mean, you can still have fun with it. Like you can still play it. I just don't know what your expectations are. Can I share my rotations in this run? Well, with the skills I currently am using, I don't have a rotation. I literally just spam barrage. And all the buttons on my bar, basically. Spam barrage, spam smoke grenade, or whatnot. Now, if I was playing the original build, I guess, with Death Trap, with Death Trap and Cow Traps, then yes, there would be a rotation. But I explained that pretty well in my barrage video guide. So if you do exclamation mark, should be an exclamation mark build. I don't know if I had the barrage video up there or not on that. Actually, I think I forgot to do it. But I have my new barrage video guide that actually explains the rotation. Yeah. So the video guide is in that guide. Sorry. So just scroll all the way down to the bottom. Click on the video guide. And I do go over mechanics. Like rotations and stuff. I know you're an OG rogue player, but what are your thoughts on Victimize? What are your thoughts on Barrage Victimize builds? Well, I'm playing that right now. I think it's really good. It's fun to play. I'm not finding any good gear pieces though, unfortunately. What's the strongest rogue build right now? I'm gonna have to make a command for that at some point. And the answer is I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows right now because there's not many rogue players playing. And because there's no like build that completely stands out over another, then it's really hard to know exactly which rogue build is going to end up being the actual strongest. And it also depends. Are we talking about endgame T4 content, or are we talking about pit pushing? Because those are different metrics too as well. Did I pay for this skin? The fire thing, yes. The hat, no. I looked at your link planner and it shows marksman. What do you mean marksman? No, so like the planner should be barrage victimize. But what's marksman? Marksman is not a key passive. I'm gonna play this version. I just want to smash my keyboard. It's a fun build. Doing barrage, no imbue, straight physical. Are you doing victimize or precision? Victimize, okay. You can. You can do physical. It's just that there are a couple of multipliers you miss out by not doing poison, but you can totally do physical. I'd actually prefer to do straight physical, but it's kind of hard to ignore the Alchemist Fortune and the Eldritch Bounty Legendary node. Like those are two that are just really, really good. So it's like, no, you definitely don't want to ignore that. Yeah, I paid. No, I didn't. I didn't pay for the hat. The hat was a battle pass thing, but I really like the skin. So yeah, I bought it. This is like season 1. I bought this back in season 1. It's like the only transmog I actually like purchased because I thought it was really cool. You didn't earn what we see from gameplay. What, you mean just like the outfit? No, I guess not. Well, technically you did. Not from gameplay, but from work, I guess. But it doesn't affect gameplay. So it's like the transmog does nothing for the gameplay. Pay the swag? Yeah, there you go. Pay the swag. Yes. I am totally okay with spending money on a cosmetic I really like as long as it doesn't affect the stats of the game. So like as long as my character doesn't get more power because I have cosmetic, then like I'm cool with that. That's the poison? What's the poison? I see something I like, I buy it. That's the poison. Imagine like any company marketing to you and say, hey look, you know, we have, you know, Excel, you know, going on right now from like a grocery store. And then you go to a grocery store and you buy the thing you don't need. Is that bad? I mean, you don't need it, but you buy it because you want it. And you're just like, okay, cool. The entire game is built around cosmetics. I have to disagree with that. I mean, to be honest with you, let's be real. Let's be honest here. I think Blizzard's shop, while super expensive, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're just overpriced. And it's overpriced because people buy it. So apparently the way Blizzard prices whatever they price, they know what they're doing because people will buy it. You know, people consistently, you know, they buy the, what, $40 horse, $50 horse, or $70 horse, whatever that horse was. Like, everyone laughed about it, right? They were just kind of like, oh man, no one's going to buy that. But apparently they priced it that way because people do buy it. Now, I would never buy a $70 horse, but somebody else might. Was it $80 horse? Okay, $80 horse, right? But apparently people are buying it for that amount of money, which is why they were selling it for that amount of money. Like, they aren't, I'll put it this way. You know, we might not like Blizzard for a lot of things, for quite a few things, but they aren't entirely stupid. They're not gonna sit there and like sell an item on a shop and that they know won't sell. Why do that? That's a waste of time. So apparently they price it at that price point because people are buying, or somebody's buying it. That somebody ain't me. I ain't got the money for that. I do not get the money for that. So that is like, you know, but that's not marketed for me. That's totally not marketed for me. That's exactly what that is. And that is what it is. But anyways, getting back to the point what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, Blizzard doesn't push this. They don't push this shop in your face. If you notice, like, have you ever seen like a prop or a prompt for any time for any shop or anything at all in this game? Like, the only time I ever see a shop is whenever I accidentally hit the P key, thinking it's Paragon from Diablo 3, and then the shop pops up. And I'm like, oh yeah, wrong button. But they don't push it in their game. They don't sit there and like push it in your face. They don't remind you if there's a shop. And in my opinion, that's actually a good way to go about it. In my opinion. What about $500 League of Legends skin? I don't know. I really don't understand how a hair repetition works. That's pure 60% more damage? Yeah, pretty much. You don't believe? You believe what you're saying? What do you mean? Explain to me how I am wrong, sir. Please tell me at any point in the game have you seen Blizzard push the shop onto players at any point? In fact, we've been playing this entire time. You've been watching. You've been watching me play, right? At what point have you seen the shop pop up at all in this stream? At what point have you seen the shop pop up at any of my streams? How about that? We'll do that. Tell me one time you saw a shop ad or a hey, visit shop at any point during any of my D4 streams. There's a prompt for the new WoW skins when you logged in. You know what? That's fair. That is fair. That was fair. Yeah, that is true. It did pop up once. That did pop up once. You're right. You're exactly right. How do we know Blizzard didn't pay you just to say the word shop this many times in the conversation? You know what? That's also a good point. I don't know. Never know. But let me go check with my representative to make sure that I said it enough, all right? I'll be right back. BRB. I gotta make sure I hit up Adam or who is it, Blizzcon, or you know, any of those guys, right? Any of the community managers. Did I say shop enough, guys? Did I do it? I gotta consult my lawyer. Yo, well, where's the whatchamacallit? Oh, come on. I'm like so close to getting my my last clip to 100 too. No. No. Okay. You said guys that are preying on you by offering me optional content. I mean, I don't know. I guess I mean I've always been in the similar like crowd is like if you don't want something, don't buy it, don't get it. I mean, I do think that the horse was overly priced, right? But instead of complaining about it, I just don't buy it. That's it. Right? That's it. That's it. That end of that. If I disagree with the price that they want to put on an object or a cosmetic, the best way to disagree with that is to not buy it. Literally, not buy it. Don't buy it. You don't agree, don't buy it. Instead of complaining, what an adult thing to do. I mean, is there no one is? My point is, when they set price points for certain things in the shop, they do that initially because that's the price in which they think those things would sell for. Apparently, we think it's bogus, or we think it's vastly overpriced. But apparently there's enough of a market that will buy things at that price to justify them having it at that price. Do I agree with that? No. But apparently they have data that I don't have. And so therefore it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The data is no one is buying. How do you know that, Senyata? None of us has that data. They wouldn't just sit there and put a price point on it, an object that would not sell. I mean, that's anti-business practice. right? And the whole point of a company is to make money. They wouldn't specifically put it at a price point in which they would not make any money. So again, I think it's ridiculous. I think the price point is ridiculous. However, apparently there are enough people who will buy it at that price. But then they think, oh, okay, we can make a profit off of this. Is it $28 for skins? Well, I mean, Blizzard made about $150 million last year. Or this year. Was it this year or last year? Or sorry, $150 million so far off of shop items. Apparently people are buying. So if you want data, that's your data. The first year, yeah, which makes it even more impressive. Because it's definitely more than that now. So of course people are buying. I feel like more people, more willing to pay for the higher price items are more likely to turn into repeat buyers, whereas people who buy a lower price item are less likely to be repeat purchases. Exactly, Idle. Exactly. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's exactly how that works. He said it's as of September 16th they made $150 million off the shop. Okay, so as of this year, September 16th, they made $150 million off the shop. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the planner on the YouTube description was Heartseeker. My fault. I enjoy it. I mean, same too, Sunyata. I get it. I'm just saying.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
So you love the crushing hand build. I saw Woody playing that yesterday. It did look like a lot of fun. Sub Big D, been rocking the Spiritborn, but I've been Rogue every season before. What's the most fun build at the moment for Rogue? Hard to say. I feel like Rogues have quite a few fun builds. Obviously, you know, as long as the expectation is not performing at Spiritborn levels, then yeah, you have to have quite a few fun Rogue builds. I'm enjoying Barrage. I'm enjoying Heartseeker. I'm about to play some Rapid Fire tomorrow. Probably not gonna play Dance on Nas for a while, just because I'm kind of burnt out on the whole spin the win thing from my Diablo 3 days with got 6 Demon Hunter, which is almost identical to. So And then after that, I might have to play some Spiritborn. Jarg, what's going on? Is that the barrage build I posted in the video? Yes, I did. Yes, this is. I changed out like 1 or 2 skills for the fact that I'm playing in a group or whatever, but yeah, it's basically the exact same build. You going back to Heartseeker? What were you playing? What's the reason for no Andes builds this season? Because Andes is not good. That's why. They put an internal cooldown on it as well, and it ended up like sort of ruining Andes a little bit. He said, "Post a new, please." New what? New what? Too good for you? New what? What am I posting? Do you get higher XP on the pit 100? What? Each pit level, yeah, you do. You do. After, you know, after a certain point, it starts to have like greatly diminished resources. It's on Fireman. Yeah, so what I'm playing right now, Too Good For You, is literally the exact same setup. But there will be times where I might swap out a skill or two just to mess around. Because I might want to try something different, but I won't always post experiments or whatever. Because then I'd be posting all the time. Hey, I experimented with this yesterday. Here's my experimental build. Experimental A, build A. Sorry, experimental variation A, experimental variation B, experimental variation C. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, that's just way too much work. But if I find something that is better than what I've already posted, then sure. But right now, I'm just messing. Is it more beneficial to do boss runs on T3 over T2? Only if you can kill them faster, yes. If you can kill T3 bosses fast, then yes. If not, no. Better loot. I mean, you have a better chance of getting mythics, basically. But it's like a small chance. It's like a small better chance. It's not like massively better, but it is better. All right, Crafty, you have a good one. Have fun going for that 100. I main Rogue, and it's honestly disappointed. The season Dance of Knives is not what I saw in beta, but with me cheer up with your Barrage video. Nice, man. Yeah, Barrage is doing pretty nice. And yeah, I'm with you kind of with the whole Dance of Knives thing. I think the whole kind of need the I don't say need, but like I feel like they really should have just let it be spin to win without the snapshotting mechanics for the majority, because this is probably the most talked about thing I've seen so far about, you know, how a build feels in a sense. And so I don't know what they're gonna do, but yeah, right now it's just not in this. It's not in a good state. I put it that way. It's not in a good state in the sense of it being intuitive. I put it that way. It can still dish out damage if you have really good gear, but it's not intuitive. It's not what most players were thinking or hoping that they will be able to do or play. I'll try and wait for what fixture did you match with first? Vulnerable lucky hit or barrage cast twice? Barrage cast twice. So why use Fist of Fate if you're not using Endario to proc the poison? Because you use Fist of Fate to proc Victimize. That's why. You need the lucky hit. Like I said, Endario and Victimize are basically almost the same thing, and you need lucky hit. A lot of lucky hit to proc. Yeah, I don't know, Martin. I honestly just haven't had time to really think of better things to put there. But I will. Here, Perdition versus Shaker. What are your thoughts? Well, for one, it depends on the build. But Perdition is probably going to be better than any other helm. Not another helm, but like versus those two, Perdition most likely on most builds. I'll put it that way. Not all, but most builds. Minzada, appreciate the prime. Where the mob's at. Fight a random boss, unequip X and fight a boss. Play hardcore with sus internet. That's gonna be a very costly redeem. The last one you mentioned. Cause that's time consuming. Keep forgetting to gamble, actually. I actually passed all 4 of those upgrades, so I have 8 more to go. Am I familiar with sword builds? Surface level. Like I can't like tell you any like intricate mechanical things or whatever, but if it's a surface level question, sure. Oh, the game crashed. Am I doing hundreds of billions now? Yeah, but that seems to be kind of normal right now for the game. Most decent builds are doing hundreds of billions, or I say hundreds of billions. Sorry, most rogue builds are doing like low billions, like single digit billions. Have I done the Hantu Renown already? Actually, I have not. Now that I think about it, I don't think I did. I probably should. Isn't most classes doing billions? Yep. And then Spiritborn's doing trillions. FPS as a member on YouTube. Appreciate you, man. Hope all is well. You throw some numbers in the trillions. Yeah, that's not my damage though. That's coming from the Umber Crux from what the Spiritborn is doing. So yeah, anything in the trillions is not me. Ritzak, can you invite me again? Or there we go. Getting a decent amulet, man, has been a grind. I know it always is every season, but man. No, you're good. I'm going in. I'm out of opals though, cause that thing. That's alright. I'll get some more later. You think this now will fall off at higher levels, even when Shroud is re-enabled? Well, yeah, everything falls off at higher levels. Nothing never falls off at some point. I guess depends on like how, what is your version of falling off? Like, what is your perspective of falling off is? What's the best way to farm ancestrals? I mean, it's just kind of random. I mean, there are no places where you are gonna get guaranteed all ancestral items all the time. However, if you do in front of hordes, the 200 chests at least guarantees that 1 drop will be ancestral. Good morning, what's going on? Wait. Where'd he go? Okay, there you go. Would you value a greater GA, Dex GA, or a +2 for your finesse? Necklace higher? Probably GA Dex, to be honest, over +2 for your finesse. Using a legendary tribute of radiance on Undercity gives you guaranteed ancestrals. Yeah, but I guess if someone's asking that in my chat, how do I farm ancestrals? They probably don't have that. That makes sense. But that's not like a common item they're gonna have to be able to like farm greater or farm ancestrals, if that makes sense. But you're not wrong. I'm just saying they probably don't have that. Yeah. But yes. Oof, 94. Okay. So yeah, if you want to start rotap, you can. Like it might take like 3 more runs. So I'm gonna leave it up to you. You're fine with it? Okay. All right, well, keep going. Barrage and Andario. What about it, Tank? Was newer Andorials. The changes they made, it wasn't so self-explanatory. They put an internal cooldown on it, so it doesn't, you won't get as many explosions, basically, as you're used to in any given time frame. It's not like a lot of a difference, but enough to where like Andorials no longer really feels great and really not worth using. Where to farm boss mats? Curious Undercity. With the tribute of Harmony, I believe. It guarantees you boss mats towards the end. You get more boss mess for each torment tier you go up in Undercity. Honestly, I don't think so. All right, let's see. Are you serious? I only passed one. 95. Which activity is best for getting glyphs to drop? I don't think that there's any one activity that's better at doing it than another. You just got to kill a lot of stuff. Like glyphs drop from enemies, so you have to just kill enemies a lot. So whatever place that's pretty dense for enemies is going to drop. It's going to have a higher chance of dropping glyphs. So Hell Tie is usually really good for that. Pretend damage going on. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow. TJ Rex said, hey, Dance of Night's the only S tier road build. Honestly, Dance of Knives, if we're comparing it to Spiritborns, it's not an S tier build. I know we have it on Maxroll as S tier, but it's nowhere near the power of Spiritborns. So really, honestly, no class has any S tier builds, as long as Spiritborn is a thing. So really, Dance of Knives should not be in that category, as well as some of the other class builds we have there. Necro, same thing. No class. Spirit, like Sork, Druid, no class should be in the same tier as Spiritborn. Let me put it to you this way. No class is within 40 pit levels of Spiritborn. Do you know how much damage is 40 pit levels? Like give me an idea of like how much damage you have to do to be able to bridge the gap between 40 pit levels? Yeah. Like 1 to 2 more. 2%. Is Barrage or Heartseeker comparable with Dancing Knives? Well, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I actually think Barrage is probably has a better ceiling than Dancing Knives does. But if you notice on the tier list, you know, you don't see that, right? You just kind of see Dancing Knives kind of in the tier that it doesn't really belong. But no. Rogue in the bubble is still good. Like, it still does T4 content just fine. Like, it can trash T4 content. So as long as you're not trying to push, like, you know, 100 plus, or let me phrase it. As long as you're not trying to farm like T90 or something, then like Rogue actually does pretty well. But like, don't compare it to Spiritborn is what I'm saying. You think a few Rogue builds could be treated as S tier as Spiritborn didn't? Oh yeah, well absolutely. There's like 4 or 5 builds that Rogues that would be considered S tier Rogue or S tier builds if Spiritborn was not a thing. Yes. But right now, since Spiritborn is a thing, then we have to be honest with ourselves, and we have to compare it to what's actually happening. Because people see a jillion Spiritborns, we can't ignore that Spiritborns that, you know, exist and say, oh well, they don't count. We can't do that, right? Just to make our class or make a class feel good, we can't do that, right? Aren't there some crazy Spiritborn buzz at the moment causing it to be so out of control? Yes. S tier should be for each class so we know which build is best for that specific one. I mean, no, because there can be like, I'll put it this way. Let's just say, actually, no, I really can't use that example. Like I said, I'll put it this way. Spiritborn is basically 50 tiers above anything Rogue has as our strongest setup for pushing. 50 tiers. There's no way that we could sit there and put that in the same tier list and be like, oh, they're dealing, because people are going to look at the tier list and be like, oh, well, this build is going to be able to perform somewhat similar to Spiritborn, because they're in the same tier. That's how people read tier lists, right? So it will be misleading to put any Rogue build in the same tier that Spiritborn builds are performing. And people are actually thinking, oh, well, this build is going to actually be close to what Spiritborn is doing. And it's just not true. People aren't looking at it the way that you're looking at it, Ryun. I get what you're saying, but that's not how people are looking at it. When people see S tier builds, they say, oh, this build is performing as well as the other S tier builds. That's what they're looking at it as. And that's simply just not the case on Rogue or any other class right now. Do I like that? Well, no. I mean, it'd be nice if, you know, all classes could feel as strong, right? But I mean, it is what it is, and we have to be honest. Let's imagine playing an S tier build for your class and it still being super disappointing. Well, that's kind of how people are feeling about Dance of Naz right now. I've gotten a lot of people who have been really kind of like down on how Dance of Naz feels to play. And obviously they're not doing nowhere near the damage that they're seeing Spiritborns do, but we have it listed in S tier, right? So like, how fair is that to the player? So does this build clear 1-on-1 solo, or is Spiritborn doing all the damage? I can possibly do it like a 100 on this build, but obviously like nowhere anytime soon. Like this is weird. Like with Korean gear and like lots of tries and stuff like that, I could probably manage to bash one out. But I am in no way farming 1-on-1s with this. No Rogue build is going to manage to do that. Spiritborn is just that strong. Only Spiritborns can farm 100 plus. That's it. As long as you can do pit 100 and decimate every T4 card. Well, see, do pit 100 is it's an asterisk, right? An asterisk, because what does it mean by do pit 100? What is? Oh, I got it already. Riptide. It hit 100 already. Appreciate it. Yeah. What is the what is the like doing 100? Whenever you feel like doing it and then do 100 after 1,000 tries, it's a big difference. So saying as long as you can do pit 100, most players cannot do pit 100 even with a falling out gear. So even if a build has the capability of doing pit 100, most people aren't going to sit there and spend 400, 500, 600 tries trying to do that 100. So should that be the metric? No, if you can clear pit 100 in the 15 minutes, yeah, but how many tries though, Bad Phantom? How many tries are we talking about? Are we talking about in 10 tries? Are we talking about every time? Are we talking about 1,000 tries? Like, what is the metric? Number of tries doesn't matter, does it? Kind of does. Because you'll be misleading someone thinking that they can just key in the 100 one time and clear it, when in reality it might take 700 tries. Because what happens if someone builds the same build that you have, right? And then you say, oh, it can clear pit 100. I did it. And then they try to do it and they say, why am I struggling? And then you say, oh, well, sorry, you need to fish 500 times to get it. You don't think that that's misleading? Is that not misleading the person who's thinking that, oh, if I put this build together, I can do the 100? That's definitely misleading. Because technically, there's a big step missing. That big step is, well, you didn't tell me I had to find the best condition, find the right boss, get a good map, hope I don't get shitty elites on the way there. And then after trying a couple hundred times, then I can do it. Like that's not what it says, right? That's not what the tier list says. It doesn't say, oh, this build, So yes, it does matter how many times. Because what about this, Bad Phantom? What if I told you that a Flurry build, not overpower Flurry, but just regular Flurry can clear pit 100, but it's going to take you 30,000 tries? Is that an accurate statement? Oh, well, Flurry can't do it. It just only took the guy 30,000 tries. I mean, fair, but it's not 500 chances out. Yeah, it is. Have you not seen some of these pit clears, man? Have you not seen what it takes to be able to do certain level of pit clears? Have you not seen people push? Have you not seen Crafty like really push like the boundaries of what rapid fire can do and how many times he's tried? Like, you haven't really seen true pit pushing, man. Some of these clears take hundreds of tries. I'm not kidding. Some clears took thousands of tries for some people. Let's say once per 10 tries. Oh, well then, yeah. But then a lot of builds can't do it then. Like, but then what's the point of pushing pits? I agree. There really isn't much of a point to push it. I'm just trying to tell you why I think that, like, just saying it can do 100 isn't a great, like, it can do 100 without context. It's just not a good thing to say. Because then you're misleading people who think that if you tell them that, oh, I build this just like this guy built it, great gear and everything, I play just like he plays, I'm a key in this 100 right now. And then they fail and they're like, well, I don't understand why they're not cleared up 100. Dude say I can do it. And then you try again 3 or 4 or 5 times and you're like, man, this build can't do 100. He lied. Which in reality, he didn't lie. He just didn't, this context missing. Oh, well, if you fish and you get the right boss and you try a couple hundred times, yeah, then you can do it. Half truth. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's a classic Blizzard new class introduction, makes new class stand out as OP, sell more expansions. Yeah, kind of, I guess. Can you join the farm? My SB can run 100 plus. I'm actually done playing in the groups now. I was actually only just continuing until I got my last lift to 100. Now I really want to do some more solo testing. Crafty, you got this, man. You'll get it. I know you. But yeah, the problem, but I put it this way, the problem of making S tier the metric of, you know, can it clear 100 solo in 15 minutes and thrash T4 content, it still wouldn't be considered S tier if you want to compare it to Spiritborns. Because again, Spiritborns can do 150. If your build can barely get to 100 and Spiritborns can barely get to 150, that's a 50 tier difference. They shouldn't be in the same class. Sorry, they shouldn't be in the same tiers. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just saying. Now, if anything happens to Spiritborn, like let's say their bugs get fixed or whatever, and then they fall a lot, then we have to just redo the tier list again. Be like, okay, well now the Spiritborn fell. Now we have to re-evaluate the relative power of where Spiritborn and now is compared to what it was and where other classes are. But if we're talking about Spiritborn right now, where Spiritborn right now is, touch of death, evade, quill shot, or quill volley, quill shot, whatever you want to call it. All three of those builds are so far ahead of any other build in the game that no other build belongs in that tier. So how far can the Heartseeker and Victimized Barrage go in the pit before specific conditions are required to gain the clear in pit? Well, it's kind of hard to know because none of us has actually got a chance to do that yet because we're still gearing. So like there isn't that many Rogue players right now. There's a ton of Spiritborn players, but there aren't that many people playing Rogue. So like there aren't that many geared people playing and pushing. I mean, at the moment, I mean, I can farm T80. Like pit 80 is like farmable on my barrage at the moment. Similar to Heartseeker. So it's kind of like so like, but I don't know, I can't tell you at what point are you going to need to start fishing with both of those builds to be able to like clear a little higher. I can't tell you that. I don't know because I haven't tried yet. Like 8 of the rogues I know that trade a lot are all Spiritborn. Yeah, pretty much. What you're discussing right now is exactly why I subbed. You give honest opinions about without the YouTube title catchphrases. Thanks, man. I try to be real. Try to. I mean, nobody's absent of 100% bias. I mean, I'm gonna have some slight natural bias, but I will at least admit it. I will admit it whenever I am biased, so I won't like mislead you on purpose. But yeah, like I said, I love Rogue. Don't get me wrong. I would love to sit there and say, hey, let's put a Rogue build in S tier because that'd be great for content. People will click on my video and be like, you know, Rogue S tier build, you know, great. But that's so misleading and does not do justice to the people watching the content. And it's just a straight up lie. I mean, that's all it is. Hey, I got the last thing. What am I gonna get? really don't need all these Nightmare Dungeon keys. I can just craft them. I don't know why they're just like clogging up my inventory. I like Merchant's recent Malwood though. I'll keep those too. I don't really too much of the Nahatu dungeons for whatever reason. YouTube is the ultimate site for liars. I mean, honestly, I understand why there's, you know, why there is a lot of, you know, like, what do you call it? I don't know why I can't think of it right now. It's why can't I think about it? Why can't I think of it? Clickbait, yeah. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. What in the world? Like I could not think of it for whatever reason. That's so silly. Yeah, there's a lot of clickbait on YouTube, and I think that's what makes it very difficult for me to make content because I don't like clickbaiting. So like, I guess with like YouTube videos, like the most I do is just like new, because new is a very catchy word that apparently like the algorithm likes. But I won't go in too far and say best build, best, super best, ultra S tier, um, like those kind of things. They work for the algorithm, but it's not necessarily like there's no truth behind it. At least most of the time, there's no truth behind it. But that's what people like. People like that. They see that. They click on that because it's like, oh, the best? This one's the best? Okay, yeah, I'm clicking on this one. Versus the other guy who didn't say that their build was the best. Well, I'm not clicking on that one. So I try to pick my words very like clear to where if I'm saying anything on like a YouTube title, that it is honest. But that also means sometimes it may not it may not amount to as many clicks naturally. Problem is that every video is the best right now. Yeah, pretty much. But as a content creator, I understand where it comes from. I really do. Like I completely understand where it comes from, but it's, I mean, you kind of almost have to, like specifically if you're like a smaller creator and you don't have a big audience that's gonna watch you anyways, no matter what you do. Like being ultra clickbaity is how you get that attention. It may not be the attention you want to get all the time, but it is attention. With that being said, you know, it means that it'll take a while. You know, my YouTube will grow slowly but surely, right? But I want to do it in the like the most honest way possible, I guess. I think it kind of went. I actually need to get this waypoint right here. Let's go grab that real quick.
It needs time to recharge.
Come on. It's a really awkward waypoint.
Have to find the ring.
Let me grab this real quick. Yay! All right, and then I actually don't even think he's walking around. I think someone probably already killed him already. Because every season I try a new build and go back to Heartseeker.
Needs time to recharge.
Heartseeker's fun. Yeah, someone already killed him already. That's fine. Alright, well we'll... Yeah, I don't want to do Hell Tide. I guess I'll do Tributes. You know Blizzard the best out of all of this. What do you think they're gonna do in the next coming weeks? What am I trying next build? Rapid Fire. Is there a version of using Endario? No, Endario's dead this season. Victimize is the same thing as Endario's though. So like if you like Endario's, you'll like Victimize. But in terms of what Blizzard's gonna do next in the upcoming weeks, I think their first priority is gonna be game servers, the game performance, because you can't balance is gonna be a thing. They're definitely probably going to look at the bugs and evaluate what they want to fix. Maybe. But I think that's going to be after they look at game performance. Because if you can't play the game, then that's worse than anything else in the game. So part of me feels like they're going to address that first. Because if they don't address that first, then you're going to kill off more people on the player base than anything else you can do. So I think they have to address that first. Uh-oh. No. What's going on? Is my game crash? I'm getting blizzed. Oh, is it because I said something that they're kicking me out? Wow. Yep. Blizzard has banned me. Blizzard banned me. All right, guys. It's been fun. You know how often you get a free barter shop refresh? No idea. Why is it still frozen? Man. Alright. I've exited out like a jillion times. Do I have to am I got the alt tab? So my stream is fine, right? Like my stream didn't die, right? Alright. So we're still good on this on the stream. Alright, I'm about to just have to task manager it. Think. I was getting ready to say, I'm like, yo, if task manager doesn't work, then that's a major problem. Are you only able to craft one mythic unique from the jeweler crafter? No, you can do as many as you want, as long as you have the materials to do it. I'm confused. Once I've reached level 60, then my character will display my paragon level instantly. Yes. Yep. Much like how it was in D3. Giroslow, sorry, I missed your comment. I'm a fellow rogue enthusiast and I currently run an off meta build, always build my own that clears pit 80 pretty easily and has a lot to optimize. Can you with you once I test more if interested? Are you saying run with me, or actually what build are you playing? What did you put together actually playing? All right, here we go. I'm back. Looks like we're back. Okay. Actually, I probably should spend my Paragon points. Actually, you know what? I should get all the renown from the Hantu because I haven't. Yeah, see. So I'm missing 4 Paragon points actually. So I probably should go do that. What you guys think? Probably should be priority, don't you think? All right. Let's switch back my skills now. So, Death Trap. Cow Trap. And then where's my other runes at? Oh, Tam is still there, so I need Monty, right? Monty should be. There we go. So. Monty, and then. Our Shroud. Yeah, there we go. Okay. T2. Oh, let me actually get this sword going. This is actually a good sword. Definitely better than this, what I got here. So we're going to masterwork that real quick. We'll do that first. This is, we got to upgrade, not masterwork, but temper, and then masterwork. So, Barrage. Just in the next build, how do you think Rapid Fire will perform next to Heartseeker and Barrage? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. The thing is that Rapid Fire is generally not as good of a speed farmer just because of just the nature of the set build as, let's say, Barrage or Heartseeker. So, like, in terms of doing general T4 content speed farming, like, I feel like that would be probably worse than the other builds. Even if it has bigger burst damage, it's just not going to cover as much, for an example. But in terms of like bossing, like T4 bossing, I think Rapid Fire is strongest. As well as pushing pits, probably Rapid Fire is like a little better too as well. But Rapid Fire has always been very strong in that category. So that's my initial observation, but we'll kind of wait. It's kind of to be seen. I actually think there's a lot of road builds that are very well balanced within each other, which is a good thing, because there's a, like, for me to not be able to say, oh, obviously this is better, or obviously this is the best, or no other build comes close to this particular, like, the fact that I can't say that is a good thing for the class. However, there might be some overpower Flurry shenanigans that might turn that on its head, but I won't talk about that right now. Um, okay, this is not the vulnerable I want to roll on, but I guess it is what it is.
Solid bits here.
Oof, no matter what my call is. I'm gonna have to blast y'all to get my gear better. Yeah, 4 GA boots, Beast Swap boots. Like, what stats do you need on them? I don't think I have what you need. I have maximum resource, but that's about it. I got ultimate cooldown and agile, but I don't really know what you need. Yeah, max resource. Yeah, I don't think I have that. If I find one, I'll let you know. Because of course I can use the gold that you got. All right. Appreciate the follow. J Rock is there. How am I doing today? Not bad. Sorry to ask for Dance of Nazgul. Which amulet passes are better? Weapon mastery plus malice or weapon mastery plus frigid? If you're doing victimized, then malice is better. If you're doing anything outside of victimized, then frigid is better. But typically speaking, you would want both frigid and malice, but if you have to choose one or the other, if you're doing victimized, do malice. If you're doing momentum, do frigid. Is it the overpower flurry? Yeah, that thing. But the thing is that like, so like that, that has the biggest potential at the moment that I've, been looking at, I guess. But that's going to be so far out of reach of a lot of players that it's just going to be like, the very, very few that will be able to showcase the power of that. Can you see my legendary ring with this one? Hey, sorry, where are the power spikes in leveling barrage when I will feel as powerful? When I reach precision? Yeah, pretty much. Why is it so far? What's needed? Near perfect gear. Looking for something that isn't dancing knobs. Heartseeker or Barrage is good. It's very good. I think Barrage is probably slightly stronger, but it's an entirely different playstyle. Honestly, even though I do think Barrage is slightly stronger, I actually prefer the playstyle of Heartseeker. So I will be playing both builds. But for me, I rather like I'm always more concerned about like what feels good to play. In general. So I'm gonna always go that route. So if there are builds that are really close, then I'm just gonna choose whatever I find more fun to play. Heartseeker easy to gear for? Yeah, pretty much. What we could say is easy to get going, Barrage of Heartseeker, probably Heartseeker. Hey man, coming over as a YouTube sub, cool. We're gonna let it work, man. Do you know of any T4 Darks at the loot table? Just completed, but didn't get any of the greater Kazarock cosmetics or mount stuff. Yeah, that's a bug. They mentioned that it was, and so we're gonna have a fix for that next week.
Oh goodness, thank you.
Okay. I have to finish Renown, so I guess let's explore some areas in New Hunter for some renown. Am I enjoying the expansion? Yeah. Heartseeker's only been my son knows how to play, so I have to make it for every season. Yeah, Heartseeker is very comfy, man. It really is. Like, it definitely gets the job done. Okay, let's. Okay, we're just gonna explore for the renown. Come on. There we go. Well, that was a big chunk. I didn't think it was gonna like give me that much. But I guess I'll go ahead and do thanks for the info. Yeah, man, no problem. Who's Numi? I have no idea who that is. Whoops. Hold on. Sorry, my buttons are all out of whack. No. I think it's the strongest Rogue build so far. I don't know. I really don't know.
Shut up and take my money.
There are quite a few.
Patrons
appreciate the
_cheerdex
biddies.
100D. What's the best way to farm legendaries with GA in your opinion? I've done bosses and they only drop ancestral.
Okay, so if you want ancestral legendaries with GA, and then Infernal Hordes is the best way to do it with the 200 chests. Otherwise, it's just like gambling is also really good, like the Obos or whatever. And then of course there's the Tribute of Harmony for Undercity. If you have those tributes, you can key that in, and you'll get a guaranteed ancestral legendary at the end of the run. This man's still rocking the season 1 mount from Legions. Yes, I am. I am. Got all the strongholds right. All thanks to your build tips. Yeah, man. You're welcome. How's your build feeling? Amazing now? Nice. Guess I gotta go this way. What's the point of Nightmare Dungeons? Masterwork material. Honestly, by far the best to get them if you're not exploiting the Infernal Hordes bug. What up, Zeal? I don't have a key for the thing. Appreciate the follow. Said no X-Pack means you're missing out on power. I mean, not really. I mean, the runes aren't that. The runes are like barely like 15% more power or whatever. Like you're really you're really not missing out on much. And the mercenaries are basically just glorified followers from D3. The 3 skill points matters a tiny bit though. I guess it just depends on the build though. Like those 3 skill points could be like damage over time reduction or something. Like it's not like you're gonna farm faster if you had that there instead. It's not like it's 3 skill points you're missing from a core skill or something. Like that now we're talking, right? But I guess we can do this. Cool volley build is amazing, I'm sure. I'm sure it is. What's the S plus build for Rogue? Rogue has none. No classes really technically has any S tier builds as long as Spiritborn's in the game. No classes is even remotely close to that, and because you kind of have to take Spiritborn into the equation, you can't ignore that. Then yeah, no class really has any S tier builds. That includes Rogue. What would you say gives the biggest power spike to Heartseeker? Well, I don't think there's just one key item that makes you like considerably stronger. It's just a combination of things. Glyph levels, vulnerable damage. If you're doing direct damage Heartseeker, like the one on my guide or whatever, making sure you have a good Moonrise and adaptability rolls. Make sure you have Cold Clip, Conceited. Do you have the right legendary nodes achieved yet? There's quite a bit of things. Masterwork. Have you masterworked anything? Have you managed to get any of the passives at all in the amulet? Maybe one of them. Maybe Dex %. Your Fist of Fate. How is your Fist of Fate roll? Is it good? Is it bad? A low roll Fist of Fate is like horrible. Do you have a decent helm? Like either Kyle the Nameless, Godslayer, or Helm of Perdition. So you see what I mean? Like there's a lot that what's most important? Fist of Fate? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. But you really need a GA lucky hit though, with a good unique roll. Why every rogue build using Fist of Fate? I hate Fist of Fate. I don't like it, but we don't have a choice. You said D for a win. Mysterios also proc victimize? No. If procs can procs, man, I'm telling you. Yo, what up, Captain? Spin the Wind Demon Hunter Slayer with a grin. You mean Dance of Knives? With the Shroud of Kandarish work while I get legendary piece? Yeah, you can. That works. What the hell was that Nightmare boss? Nightmare Dungeon boss delete? I don't know. The Cindy, what's going on? Appreciate the prime. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually let's remove cow traps. We're gonna go shadow and beam it. After kind of might mess up my poison though, to be honest, by doing that, but that's okay. We'll live. Bob is back. Oof, yeah, I can't do that. Okay. Never mind. I see why that's a problem. Yeah, I see why that's a problem. Actually, no, I don't have it there. So I could just do it here. And go. This Tam is here. Okay, so we'll do Decrepify then. Didn't have venue there. How am I doing? Doing alright. Just kind of farming. Nothing too special right now. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I haven't done in a while that I kind of want to do? just cause. Kind of taking it back old school. On the semi in here check. I think actually would be kind of nice to know which Nightmare Dungeon Citrus do have whispers tied to them. That actually would be quite nice. I agree. That would look like a hardcore grind. I mean, there is a grind, but it's not like a grind that's necessary. Like if you choose to partake in the grind, you can, but it's not a necessity for you to play the game or to get a lot out of the game itself. $290. That's all I got. Jeez. Okay. I might actually just do side quests. The dungeons seem like they can take a while if you get lost, because I don't know them that well. They just seem to not really be. Let me see if I can find some side quests real quick. Yeah, I think the side quest seems to be like more the player. Actually, what I need to do, I probably should have read the thing I was supposed to do. I'll give him what you need. Elixir of Shadow Resist. I guess I gotta buy one. It could just be a basic one, right? It doesn't have to be like. I'm not gonna get no expensive one. There you go. Pick up some more side quests. Oh, what I did that for? Let's pick up you real quick. Get to you later. And you. The new strongholds are fun. Yeah, I did all 3 of those already. Wow, really? Bruh. Is that how you want to do things? Tommy with the sub, appreciate it. Oh no, Rosella with the gift of sub to Tommy, appreciate you. At the point now where my rogue seems to be gate kept by getting mythics, doing momentum dance, and damage is barely enough for T4. It's gonna take time. Just make sure that you have all your like your snapshotting and stuff like that happening. Search the rooms for evidence. Okay, let's see. It's not it. And what we got? Got it. This is like one of the longer quests. Seriously, like of all the ones I picked, it's like multi-layered. In the end game, are you testing yourself in the pit and do raid after you reach 300, Paragon 300 T4? No, you can do the raid way before then. The raid isn't that hard. Learning the mechanics is hard, but once you understand what the mechanics is, it's not a hard thing. Is the Shroud of Frost Death in the game yet? No. Okay. I'm missing a splinter. Okay. What about Diablo PvP? It's really not a thing in this game. Mainly you're just gearing to get stronger, to do the same content faster, to then get gear faster, to do the content faster, to get stronger. And then there are those who tend to like to push the pit stuff. But very, very few players partake in that activity, and there's no leaderboards on it. So you're just kind of doing the grind for the grind, I guess, if that makes sense.
After having inspected the items you brought me, I think I can make an educated guess as to the incantations. Very well.
D4 early had a good PvP community, was on PvP meta. Yeah, and then things got nutty with more bugs and stuff, and that kind of became hard for them to kind of continue to run and stuff. So
You defile our sacred incantations with your children. We will rip your inner tongue from your head.
Need more time. That elixir. Is it somehow interactive?
they've had PvP since D1, and it has never really been a thing. I mean, there are small grassroots communities that actually did do something, you know, with PvP. So like, I wouldn't want to like completely just discredit their efforts, right? But at the same time, it's like there's only but so much you can do when the game doesn't support the game mode, right? The devs don't support the game mode, and so it just becomes very difficult to, you know, keep it up. Thomas, what's going on? Okay, what did I just do? Is that it? Or wait, what do I gotta go first? I'm trying to finish memory now, which I kind of forgot to finish. I just legit just forgot. So I figured I'll go ahead and do it now. To be honest, you said even grind can be fun. Oh yeah, I mean, I play because I enjoy the mechanics of the game and things. So, I mean, I know what the end result is at the end of the day, but you know, on the way there, you know, I still find kind of fun. It could be better, but it's fun. Okay, I can't find what I'm looking for. Found the Opal Ruins. Okay, so it's like an area. This must be it. There you go. I clicked on 0 shrines so far. Wish you feel stronger now, Heartseeker Barrage. I don't really. I don't know. I do think Barrage has a higher ceiling just because it can use Umber Crux, whereas Heartseeker can't really benefit in the same way. I mean, but they're close. It's more of a playstyle thing. What do you think you're going to enjoy playing more, basically? Okay. So you could build better than Dance of Knives. I don't know. I haven't seen the fully built Dance of Knives per se. I mean, I think Mippy's very close, obviously that, but I haven't like fully built out Heartseeker because I just don't have the gear quite for it yet. I have good gear, but not like fully built out gear. It's hard to compare unless you have people who are like, you know, max or near maxed out specs, gear wise, all that kind of stuff. But what makes you ask? But I do think that in terms of pit pushing, I think Barrage probably has a higher ceiling. A little higher ceiling than both builds that you mentioned. But of course, when I'm saying higher ceiling, we're talking about like, you know, pit pushing, like, you know, the Hungers of Tries type ordeal that 99.9% of player base isn't going to, you know, partake in, right? But if we're just talking about T4 content, then I mean, any of those will work just fine and would do well. Ever done the renown for the new zone? Nope, that's what I'm doing right now. go here first. Just something like right in the area. I might as well go ahead and snag this. That's a long channel time. Okay, was that it? Okay.
I'll add my hear me.
Get him right here.
Your best
Get him.
plans before you.
Get him.
And
He's running away. Get him. Yeah, he's smacking him. This season, nobody play hardcore. Yeah, I guess with the Dark Citadel thing, man, I think no one really wants to take the risk. I'm waiting on that transition to victimized dance. Just has zero luck getting Mythos this season. Where am I going? Goldman? Okay. Okay, good. Quest is done. Okay, got it. That was quick. That actually was pretty quick. Alright. Done with the renown. Screaming. Appreciate the follow. Mm, 31%. I actually really just need to redo the whole board. Because I don't have my boards in the correct place at all whatsoever for this. At all. But I'm about to do rapid fire tomorrow, so I'll probably end up just redoing the board anyway. So I must just wait for tomorrow for that. Businesses. Oh, look at your chance. Might as well. There. At this point, you should probably take some maximum life stuff. Pretty sure I got all my strength there. There's no other to pick up until X. Guess I could pick up some life here. Life. 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 $54. I think there's like an intel node like way out here that I don't want to take. That's so far off. That's all.
Like a true warrior. Impressive.
There's above deck stuff, so I don't really need to take more, but I guess I could come this way. Oh, actually, I forgot. My whatchamacallit scales off of that. Hmm. Might as well take it. Alright, that's probably the best I'm gonna be able to do with this. Okay. Alright, Curious Undercity it is. There we go. I thought it was you standing in town. You just recognized the name. What's up, man? I just redid my board and gained 2 rogues of damage. You don't have any masterwork opals I could buy. I barely have any opals myself. I haven't done many of the whatchamacallits at all. I like nothing. I got boss mats. I have equipment. I mean, here are the materials, but is that what you want, the crafting materials one? Or is there like another tier? I do need to go do some more of the whatchamacallits though. Either masterwork one, yeah, I don't have that. Nope. I guess the question is, do opals really drop anywhere else besides the seasonal quest thing? Or is that only just seasonal quest thing? Okay. What do I want to do? Ancestral legendaries. They didn't fix this, did this? The this tribute, they didn't fix that yet, did they? Experience, legendary items, magic runes. Okay, masterwork and materials. How good are these actually? Summoning items. Tribute of refinement. Go ranks, passive ranks. Core stash. Oh, weapons. Materials are very good. If you want, I can join open if you too. Sure. The vision was stuff you said. Good to see something different in Spiritborn class. People happy. Oh, cool. I'm glad I hope you enjoy said content. I mean, we're not doing, rogues aren't doing like, you know, insane amounts of damage like Spiritborn, but you know. Have I tried dancing knives yet? I have. I don't know what it is. I know Death Trap is better, but there's something about like Rain of Rails that I like a lot with this. Also, I guess having a pretty easy source of knockdown is also quite nice. Egypt, what's going on? I got most of your opals from Infernal Hordes. Did you get them from like the chest? The equipment chest or any material chest? I probably should do some more Infernal Hordes then. Actually did not know you can actually get opal. For real? Are you sure? You can get your opals from Infernal Hordes? The mat chest. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about that. Still looking for a crossbow with GA vulnerable Mia from C6. FP, what's going on? Hey man, Half Fist of Fate, the limit which is better, GA lucky hit, 225 damage, or GA attack speed, high lucky hit, 290 damage. That's close. Probably the second one. I'd say the second one. Is there any specific changes you need to do if you have to swap from Death Trap to Arrow Storms? For your barrage build. Okay, you mean Rand of Arrows, not Arrow Storm. Two totally different things. No, you don't need to do anything different. Honestly, just swap the ultimate if you want to do it that way. Nope, you just swap the ultimate. Nothing else is needed. Yeah, I got a better pair of boots, so I'll take. Which one did I take? Actually I forgot. It wasn't materials. The first one wasn't the materials. Like I keyed in something before you said materials. But I have a materials one though. We'll do that one though. Can I clear pit 65 with Heartseeker no mythic gear? Yeah. I did it. It's in my Heartseeker video. Exclamation mark Heartseeker. Just as long as you have good pieces of gear, good pieces of, non-mythic gear, then yeah, you can. And you should be able to speed farm it. That's what I did. Are you ready? I'll do the materials one this time. And then barrage build. How you like it? Is the new skill any good? Yeah. Ow. You think it's less than people try to sell it for? What do you mean? Are we talking about gear? Or? Oh, I guess I'm not. Got you. And Dario is not viable this season? No, not really. But there's really no reason to but I mean, Victimize is literally the exact same thing as Andorio's, just without the helm. It's the same mechanics, but instead of doing damage over time, you do big burst damage. It's practically the same thing. So even if Andor's was even okay, you still wouldn't bother with it, because Victimize is just a better choice. And you want to scale that better than trying to scale Andoriel's. I hope they will revert Victimize to be as good as with PTR. They're not. But I mean, Victimize is good. It's like the strongest, probably the strongest rogue key passive. So it's like, it's not like it's bad. It's just that you're probably comparing it to what Spiritborns are doing. If that's the case, well then PTR Victimize is still nowhere near as strong. Like, not even close. Yes, but they're nerfed. I mean, it's barely a nerf. All they did was change the way it worked, the ICD is concerned, and then they just put it from 80% to 60%. Like it's not even a nerf that even me or Mippy even noticed in the review beta of the game or the review copy of the game. So it's not nearly as big of a nerf as people think it is. Like. Like the nerf is like what, 1 pit level, if that. I don't know why I keep TPing this way. It's really weird. Demons, everybody, good question, just me, but I'm Paragon 218. T3 seems the progressive level. So now as the tier is higher. Well, yeah, of course. Just like Diablo 3. The higher Paragon you are, the more experience you need to be able to get the next Paragon level. Well, the ones as a bargain, passive amulet, yes, that'd be great. I don't have the gold to do it though. I only have 100 mil, so like that's gonna be on you. All right. Is it stronger than Heartseeker? Probably. Like slightly stronger. But I kind of still prefer Heartseeker to play. Even though I really like this a lot. I'm gonna go split from you, okay? You don't like the new Rogue Dance of Knives? I'm kind of all burnt out of Spin the Wind from playing many years of Diablo 3 God 6 Demon Hunter, which is practically the same thing as Dance of Knives. So Dance of Knives just didn't really intrigue me, honestly. The laser sword because you need high tier to get high level glyph, but your progress is slower. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's supposed to be the point. It's supposed to be a grind, so it's supposed to take a while. So yes, that's kind of the objective. Farm better gear to be able to do higher pit tiers, to be able to level up your glyphs or whatever. That was kind of the point. Obviously, Spearborn took a lot of shortcuts in that equation, but that's the idea. What about the idea to combine that barrage build and Andy's visions? It doesn't work that way, sir. It'll make the build considerably worse if you did that. Andy's is just not worth it. I know a lot of people like it. I get it. It was a very popular helm last season, but it's just not worth it this season. But if you like Andy's Barrage, then play a victimized build. It's going to feel very similar. But Andy's is no longer the powerhouse it once was. How big is new Mythic Head? Pretty large. It's a pretty massive cosmetic of a helm. Was the aspect they use to proc these arrows when casting barrage? Oh, you mean Tyrio's might? The little side arrows? You said sub 2 minutes. I don't know if sub 2 minutes is really like the metric I would use for whether a build is strong or not. A lot of that has to do with movement at that point. Either you got it or you don't. And like, it's really, I mean, it's even if Rogue really wants to do like, let's just say pit 20 or something like that, and under 2 minutes would still be rather difficult for a Rogue. I would say not say difficult for a Rogue, but like it's not easy to do no matter how strong you are, just because of how much movement it takes for you to get across the map. The reason why it's so good on Sork is because Sork can get across the map extremely quickly. Same thing with Spiritborn. Like Rogues kind of can. Dance of Knives technically kind of can because it can kill it on the way, but like there's just a point where like you just don't have enough movement, teleport, whatever, just to get through the thing fast enough. It was made for max out movement speed, yeah, but I mean 200% movement speed. I mean everybody's capped at 200% movement speed. It doesn't mean that that you should be farming in under 2 minutes. Hell, Necromancers are capped at 200 movement speed, 200% movement speed, and we still think Necromancers are slow. If you leave the Dark to the wing without killing the last boss, can you continue where you left off? I am not sure, honestly. Wait, what was that you got? I didn't get it. Well, it's not an ancestral, right? It's just an amulet with the passive, right? Actually, that one's good. Yeah, I only got one, and it was non-ancient. Oh, sorry, non-ancestral. Highest hit with this build? I don't know. Haven't tried. He says United. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I got though. I mean, we could try again, but what time does the Dark Citadel reset? Not quite sure, honestly. I actually haven't done much of any Dark Citadel stuff. You said, what about buffing everything else instead? Well, the problem is that the Spiritborn stuff is based off of bugs. So in order to match the bugs that Spiritborn has, you have to give other classes bugs to be able to be on the same level. And then at that point, every class is trivializing content. Then you have to go and make content harder because otherwise buffing everybody to Spiritborn levels will be trivializing content again. And then that just seems like a lot more work than actually just fixing the bugs. Like that's just like, it just seems like going a long way to just do the one thing that's kind of obvious. But more so, I think it's just the Spiritborn builds are just kind of like destroying the servers and making it impossible to play Helltide. That's the only issue I have with it. I don't care about how strong they are. how strong it is per se. Personally, I just care about being able to actually play some Helltide and not feel like my PC is gonna like explode. Do I feel like the build also work with pin shot? No, not really. Not in the same manner, no. But even without any bugs, Spearborn is still better. I mean, that's the thing though. Like, they're not. So Spearborns would not be an outlier if they didn't have the bugs. Like, I don't think you like most of the other Spearborn builds are mostly ethical and aren't that much stronger than other class builds. Like, there are no builds right now that are even remotely close to the 3 top Spiritborn builds, and which are all associated with bugs. Not even the other Spiritborn builds are even close to the top 3. So like we got like the entire class is way ahead of everyone else, and that isn't necessarily the case. That's actually disingenuous to actual Spiritborn players who aren't playing the OP builds. I mean, Quill Volley is like hella bugged. Evade obviously is bugged. Such a death is bugged. Y'all don't know about these things? Don't y'all watch the like Spiritborn content creators and people who are playing Spiritborn? Do they not tell you these things? Did they not tell you that like I mean, shame on them if they don't. I'm just saying, but like I guess assume that this would be more so common knowledge since everyone's playing Spiritborn. No, only watch the road, guys. Even without bugs, Spiritborn still miles ahead of the other classes. Not necessarily, no. Not miles ahead, no. Would they still be considered the best class? Probably, but they wouldn't be massively ahead as they are now. Like, I would have probably even argued that Necro might be a little better than like Spiritborn's 4th best build. Oh, I know what they have, Bad Phantom. I know exactly the mechanics they have. I had the pleasure of being able to play the Spiritborn class back in July, and had it all explained to me and everything, in person from Blizzard. I know exactly what they're capable of doing. I'm just telling you. I'm just letting you know. I don't think people realize that the entire class isn't just completely broken. There are some mechanics that you look at and it's like, okay, maybe that might need to be toned down a bit. But there's just 3 outliers right now that makes the class look way better than it kind of would normally would be. It will still be, again, a very good class. Don't get me wrong, but you know, it's disingenuous to sit there and say if they fixed all the bugs that Spiritborns would be miles ahead of other classes, and that's just simply not true. Not miles ahead. Wait, where did Momentum Dance of Knives come in this conversation? I just saw that randomly. Woody's saying that they really need to nerf Kepalecki. Well, yeah. I mean, anyone with a few brain cells could have like really figured out that that particular weapon was, well, you know, broken. It's funny because this was said even before launch that is just absolutely ridiculous, but they let it, they let it fly. So it's not like they weren't forewarned. That's the thing. So, but anyways, yeah. That's a for Barrage build. Is Umber Crux one of the best items for it? Yes, you have to have it. In order to level gets to 100, you need to take pit 110. No, it just means that if you do like pit 89 and you're trying to level your glyphs to 100, then obviously you're gonna have a very low chance of succeeding. But you can actually level all your glyphs to 100 by doing P89, like pit 89. It just will take a while because you'll be 1%ing all of your glyphs. Well, to try pit 99, well then it'll just be relative to the glyph level at the moment. So yeah, how come all of my amulets are this crossbow could have been good, but none of these were good. You said, oh, you didn't know the Undercity reward thing season me bug? Only worth running for boss mess at the moment? Is that, like, really? So I shouldn't. So, okay. That part I probably didn't know. So like, don't run like the radiance tributes or anything, or no? So you say, I honestly don't know. Oh no, I'm not gonna burn like the really good ones, but I mean, like, how about the materials ones? Like the materials and boss mass, are all these okay? I guess it's just boss mass then, I guess. I don't know. And then just spam bosses. Kind of boring. Materials, not sure. Okay. We can do a materials one, Mia. Rooms are worthless, better the farm. I mean, I know, but like if I'm already here, I guess, and I just want to do some Curious Undercity just cause. But I guess the boss master, I guess, just still makes the most sense. Yeah, I guess. Barrage? Yeah. Relative to other road builds, Plox QQ more? Yes, Barrage is strong. All right, let's see what the materials one does. A balancing patch after 1 week. And then there's gonna be a pretty big patch next week. I'm pretty sure a lot of it is probably gonna be like bug fixing and game stability issues. Bug fixing would be like stuff like we were talking about with the undercity stuff, things not working, like general bug fixes. Got an amulet with fidget finesse, unstable elixirs passes. Which should you get the third? That's actually very, very nice. Dex percent. Oh no, malice. Get malice. Go for malice. Try to roll malice on it, and good job on the amulet. I feel like there's a memory leak. I feel like I feel like that too, man. It's been kind of hard to stream. I've crashed several times. Appreciate the follows. The beta early release NVIDIA broadcast issue is back. Oh, really? Has Barrage been the funnest so far on Rogue? Hard to say. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun on Barrage. I also had a lot of fun on Heartseeker, so I mean, but then again, stylistically, I prefer Heartseeker. But Barrage does feel really good to farm with because it just hits everything. So there's always that, like, you know, feel good about being able to spray the entire screen. Even if you're victimized procs, you're only hitting parts of the screen every now and then. But it looks like you're destroying everything everywhere. So I guess that's the cool part. Just checking the Endgame Barrage. And again, got rapid fire. And near the end, there's a mention about cow traps. You said the end? What section of the guide? Is it under summary?
See some steel you need?
What are you switching from? If you mind me asking, what build are you switching from, Miro?
Can't do that here.
It's like a slightly better horde. Wait, I actually didn't pay any attention to the mask that we got. What did we get? Oh, Dance of Now is okay. Yeah, they're two different gear sets. So yeah, like your Dance of Now stuff is probably better than your Heartseeker stuff naturally. For like 3 to 4 minutes of content. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, Nightmare Dungeons are better than that. So you're right. It is not really that worth. I think, yeah. I mean, I guess it really is just boss mass, man. Like, people said it, but yeah. There is 2 Death Trap mentions under item progression goal title and build variance title. Death Trap mentions in the rapid fire guide. Let me go look. I mean, I'm going there right now. Okay, so I'm under item progression goals. Okay. Um, the item progression goal titles. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay. No, that's just copy positive in terms of the template. So like the Death Trap build was made first. Sorry, the Death Trap build that Rudy Joe made. He made the template for all of our new Maxroll templates, I guess you could say, for our guides. And so that was like copy pasta from the template that I didn't like reword. Yeah, so that's kind of what that is. It's just literally just rapid fire, bro. That's all it should be. No. You're good. Thanks for catching that. I actually need to change that. I'll probably change it right now. Catch my gears for a second. Sure. I think I actually forgot to put on my new sword. I masterworked it and everything, and I didn't even like wear it. That's funny. I gotta fix something on the Heartseeker guide. T4 bosses for mythic items. It doesn't have to be T4, but yeah, I mean bosses is probably the best thing you can do for it. Okay, that should be fixed now. Does Shadow Clone proc more victimized? Nope. Shadow Clone is considered a proc, and procs don't proc procs. Well, there are things that like bursting venoms that technically can do that, but that's like the very few exception. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. There it is. Yeah, I literally put it in the stash and didn't do anything with it. Forgot to. I probably should go ahead and get like my actual gems now. Like I'm still rolling with royals. It's time for a gem upgrade.
The stars made manifest. Here you are.
There we go. That should get my no witness up to 43%. Yeah, that works. Oh, I forgot to put the. I did again, didn't I? I did. Actually, where did I put it? There it is.
Wear the stars around your neck. Fare thee well.
That's what I meant to do. Okay, yeah, that's better. I can just salvage this from mats. Cool. All right, let's take a little chill. Grab this.
Yo, dark side.
So,
got
kids with
raided,
the raid.
You know how we do. Drop
What's
my new
going on,
beat for
Sel?
these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Cell Kittens raided my stream with 134 views.
What is going on, y'all? Well, welcome to the stream. And this is probably way different content than you're probably used to from Cell Kittens, but I am Dioxide. I primarily do Diablo related content, specifically Diablo 4. And that's kind of what we're doing now. So, what it mean? We have very similar content. Appreciate the sub. 27 months in a row. Baller. That's what? A little over 2 years? And I still don't have like better sub badges, like past the 1 year sub badge. I'm slacking. $75 speed farm, yeah. Yeah. I kind of messed that up, that exchange up. Of course, Dai's not playing it. Oh, you mean like the new class? Yeah. Yep, I'm Rogan. There's only like 3 of us. Like streaming Rogue probably on like a regular basis now. I feel like it'll be just me pretty soon. In terms of streams. Rogue Nation. The last rogue bender. I like that. You guys want a GA vulnerable crossbow? Yeah, pretty much. That's it. You found one? Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be kind of baller. It'd be better than the crossbow I got. In your Heartseeker build, I don't get how they make enemies vulnerable all the time. You have the cold clip aspect, right? But I think it's better Andariel's Barrage or Dancing Knives. Andariel's Barrage does not exist this season. Yeah, triple GA Razor Plate. How much do you think I sell it for? Actually, I have no idea. I'm not really good with trade markers at all. But Rato, are you there? So you played the build last time in season 4. Well, okay, so you don't have the cold clip aspect. So I'll ask again: do you have the cold clip aspect? Because the cold clip aspect did not exist in season 4. I'm assuming you're following a guide, yeah? Okay, not yet. Well, then that's kind of your issue. So cold clip basically gives your arrow cold imbuement, and cold imbuement has a chance to make enemies vulnerable. So you don't have to do anything, literally. As long as you have cold clip and you have cold imbuement, and you have points into cold imbuement, then you're fine. Without it, then the only way you can prop vulnerable is through your exploit glyph. But that is why in the guide it tells you requirements to play the build, cold clip. But yes. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Yeah, try to find a cold clip. They seem to be pretty rare, honestly, but as good as this barrage. What type of barrage am I playing right now? Victimized barrage. I know you see poison arrows, but yeah, I mean, it's not Andariel's. Check out my YouTube channel, Cape. Since you're there on YouTube, I just put out a barrage video on my YouTube page today. That's where to find horror keys. Anywhere really. Like literally legit anywhere. Is Shattered Vow any good? There's some build that can use it. Not quite sure. I think every build is using the the Kepaleki. So Star Shards aspect considered a proc. Yes, it's a proc. So no, those don't proc victimize. There's a lot. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Where is it at? Where you're at? Sacrifice. Let me add you real quick. Which build is this S tier? There are no S tier rogue builds. None. There are no S tier builds in general in this game outside of the 3 Spiritborn builds. If you want me to be 100% honest. Because nothing in the game comes close to those 3. So you can either have a Spiritborn tier or you can just move everything out of S tier. Do I know if the power up gun on Maxroll is up to date? I mean, it should be. Should be. They fixed the shadow clone and inside interaction? Yeah, they did. I thought I'm the only one using Barrage this season. Thanks. But I'm about to move on to rapid fire tomorrow. So, because I need to finish my build guides and stuff for Maxroll, like any changes or anything that I make. Oops. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Do it again. These ballistas in the front of her is built different. They are. They were a new nuances. I can't even say it right. You know what I'm trying to say. Appreciate you, sir. Nuance. Yeah, I guess nuances makes more sense. New ounces? No. Nuances? No. Nuance. Nuisance. Let's salvage all these. Temper the new crossbow since it's a little better. Or okay, that's actually a pretty good roll on that. It's a good roll on the vulnerable there too. Okay, not bad. Masterwork a couple. I don't have a lot of mats. Oh, that's gonna be Dex. Guess I can match. Reset. 1 damage, okay. That's on the wrong one, but we'll send it. Still on the wrong one. Same thing on this one. They both crit on the wrong ones. I guess whatever. Send this one. Plus 4 to core skills. Oof. Let's go on the boots. I think I found the boot grade. A mobility one. How do you get unique so fast? Mythic uniques? Play a lot. There is no like secret thing. Literally, it's just lots of hours of grinding so far. I'll say that I haven't really grinded that much hours, honestly. Comparatively to some of the other people that I know that I've played. Yeah. It's just playing. So barrier generation is what I want here. Just I don't really need the armor. I bet you won the roll movement speed. Technically, yeah, kinda I did, but it's alright. It'll be alright. This is good enough. Oh snap! I just realized something. Wait, what aspect was here? Yo, branching I didn't have branching volleys the last couple of runs with this new sword. I forgot when I swapped out the sword. I forgot to swap it out the aspect. How many people do? How many of you guys have done that? I'm sure you guys have done that too, right? Like, just forgot to put forgot to put a whole ass aspect in there. It's just like wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a darn minute. Oh man, all right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and put conceded on this before I forget. And then Noxus Ice on the new boots. Can you spell it? Okay, and then branching volleys, which I was missing before. Yep. And okay, I guess now we got the correct stuff. I should work the new boots. Barrier generation. Movement speed. Or reset. Doesn't need to be perfect, but my gold is like suffering. I gotta actually start selling some items. Broke. I am broke. I have yet to sell a single item. Proclaiming it as difficult to max upgrade aspects. Yeah, it is. It is because you have to get an ancient. I keep saying ancient. You have to get an ancestral item. And then after you get the ancestral item, it has to roll a top roll of that aspect on the ancestral item. So yeah, it is hard. But I'm actually okay with that. Because that just kind of just adds to the grind. Personally, I'm okay with that.
What color and brilliance. Beware the envious, my friend.
Sure. I think I actually have everything correct this time. Actually have the things I'm supposed to have. Paragon 200 to 300 is a little more grinding. It's a pretty big grind. It's a good thing though. I think it's a good thing. I don't have so much armor. I have a Tyrio's Might, so I have armor gems and my jewelry. Definitely feels a lot better with the red aspect on. Who would have thought? Okay, a couple people and use a mythic item tribute with me and T4. I would hold off on that because the tribute stuff is kind of bugged. So I wouldn't. I will wait until the next like hotfix. Eric. That's why I haven't used any of mine. He shoots rockets now. Are you still gonna respin the spark from the tournament boss for boss kill? No, sorry. Couldn't even say that right. Okay. I'm gonna do one more. And then I'm gonna have to call it for the night. Because I actually have to get up and do some stuff. But I'll do it on the 80 instead this time. What pet level was I running? It's 75. I think I might want to do Death Trap this time though. We'll leave everything else on here. How many Paragon boars you can have now? Just 5 total. Do I think Dance of Knives is the strongest road build this season? Hard to say. I mean, it's not nearly as strong as what we thought it was going to be before they fixed all the bugs and stuff. Coming from the review build or whatever. So, it's not where people thought it was going to end up being. But it's still a strong build. I don't know if it's Rogue's strongest build anymore, but it's still a strong build. But... Wait, was it that explosion that killed me? Because like that was like a real delay reaction. It felt like I went from having a full barrier to like death. So I assume it was an explosion. have no idea where to go. I got like destroyed by like 20 something lightning shots. I saw that happen.
I'm not ready. Need more time. Need more time. Need more time. Need more time.
She's like, I like this map for pushing, but not really for speed farming because I don't really know where the exit is half the time. So I was like, do I go? Is it south? Does he use a macro to click that fast? No. Literally, it's just left click. Yeah, I totally went the wrong way. This is such a bad run. Yeah, like this is like over 8 minutes. This is bad.
Need more time. Need more time. Need more time.
Ugh. I thought I was outside the explosion. What? I wasn't? Terrible run by me. It's awful. Almost 10 minutes?
Need more time.
Guys, this didn't happen. Just letting you know. This run did not happen. And I ran into a dead end. Oh, this is awful. Oh god, this is awful. What do you mean? Oh, your armor's lower. Well, I mean, it could be your armor percent roll temper. It could be the armor roll itself could be low. Masterworking is also another thing. But yeah. Also, your Paragon points, where your Paragon points are at. Like, do you have any points that are slotted into armor by any means? Or so, could be several different things. What's optimal attack speed for build? You want to hit the 14 frame breakpoint. I don't remember the exact number, but it should be on my barrage guide. But no one's gonna ever reach the optimal, like the exact or whatever. I'm saying no one, but it's very few people are gonna be able to reach like the optimal 14 frame breakpoint. Like your gear has to be just ridiculously good. I finally got you guys having a pencil. So yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is that the percent roll is not the same, right? So like somebody might have you might have a low armor roll and a low percent roll on, like, let's say the armor percent or whatever. See, like I got a masterwork not on purpose, but it just happened to roll that way. So like we're not gonna have the exact same roll of armor, if that makes sense, or that sort of thing. Yeah, percent roll. Yeah, that's on Maxroll. I think it's on Maxroll, not mistaken. But yeah, I have that. Yeah, but yeah, so everyone's armor values won't be the exact same just because everyone's rolls are going to be different. So, and the guide, it is crowd control. Okay, gotcha. I think on the mythic version is crowd control. What about the ancestral? Yeah, because I guess oh, you're gonna mythics. Okay, are you able to cap armor? Are you at 1,000 armor or no? $790. Okay, that's a big difference. Okay, yeah. So probably, yeah. But even without the temper, though. Okay. Yeah. Let me check the guy, because the guy should. All right. So the mythic version should have you capped armor wise, but I guess that also. Oh, what kind of skulls do you have? Do you have grand skulls or do you have warrior skulls? In the jury. The grand is 240 each, yes. All right, give me a sec. Actually, no. Wait a minute. What happened? That's actually a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because when I looked at my planner just now, it has my armor at 813 for some reason. But on the ancestral is at 1500. Oh, because okay, huh. That is odd. Hold on. Let me go to mythics again. Out of here, vulnerable. Okay. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah. Do a percent armor roll on the pants. I swore I had it capped at 1,000. Huh. Okay. Well, the game says no, or sorry, my planner says no. It says 813. Okay. Yeah, I would just remove the crowd control duration for percent armor. That's a very good catch. I'm surprised I did not catch that. But you can't do crowd control duration. Okay, so here's what I would do. because you can't have second wind on there. That's the issue here. You can't have second wind. That second wind has to be percent armor. Yeah, that second one has to be percent armor, and then instead of crowd control duration, you want to do barrier generation to make up for not having the second wind. No, good catch. I mean, you save someone else from frustration as well. Could you do armor on the boots? Sure. Yeah. If you want to get like a quick fix, you can do armor instead of movement speed in the boots, or armor instead of max life. So I struggle a little bit on T4. Nice road build. Do you think Heartseeker is better? I loved Heartseeker in the past season. You let to play it again. You can still play it now. There's nothing wrong with playing Heartseeker now. Like if you prefer that style, like that's like it's a very good build right now. Am I using instance for armor? No. Like I don't know. I guess I get confused when I hear that, because it's like you totally can play Heartseeker right now if you want. Like I got a video guide up and everything about it. I actually think it's pretty much Heartseeker and Dance of Knives are practically on the same level. Dance of Knives is not S tier. I know we have it on S tier on our Maxroll guide, but it is or Maxroll website and game tier list, but it is not S tier. At least not. Well, no builds are really S tier right now this season outside of Spiritborn stuff. So if you want to play Heartseeker, if that's what you truly want to play, then go for it. Okay, so where's Tam? Tam is in here, so I need Monty here. And then we're gonna go with cow traps again, because we're getting to the point where we actually like not pushing by any means, but like enemies are living just a little too long for me to just kind of like not use cow traps now. And then you do Earthbreaker. There we go. There we go. Actually, put bar builds in S tier. Where? What? When did I do that? I don't think there was any S tier builds in Barrage. Sorry, no S tier builds from Barbarian in the Endgame tier list. That's it, because Rogue is pretty weak. Rogue is actually not that bad, unless you're comparing it to Spiritborn. I think everybody keeps like if you're comparing this to Spiritborn, every class in the game is weak, and I think that's everybody's metric. Oh, it's not doing what Spiritborn is doing, so the class is bad. I don't think any of the classes are actually doing terrible. It's just that it's hard to compare what classes are doing when Spiritborns are like 50 pit levels ahead of everybody else. Art, what's going on? Yeah, all the classes feel like they're crying at the moment just because or are in tears. I don't say tears, but like are feeling the whatchamacallit, because of course we're all comparing it to Spiritborn. Because Rogue is so weak. You're not you wasn't able to farm T4 like on your road? I mean, the only time I ever feel weak on rogue is if I'm trying to do like a hit 90 or something, but that's really about it. I messed up something. But like in terms of everything else in the game, Torment 4 wise, I mean, I don't there's zero struggles. Just have the so I'm at the third bar today and Helltide one shotting everything. Was Paragon 240. I saw a wild barb. I haven't seen the barb yet. I didn't know they existed. They existed, man. This season. How does Heartseeker do versus T4 bosses? I wasn't even looking. What actually hit me? Oh, let me do a thing again. I have a video. I have a Heartseeker video. You can check that out. I can tell you that it's good, but then you can legit just look at it yourself. So exclamation mark Heartseeker.
Not in town.
Hope changes happen this week. I think it's more. I think it would be more so like performance related. So, which would be obviously about Spiritborn, of course, but. About seeing the horde bug with infinite mash? Yeah, I've seen it. I know about it. It's not infinite, but yeah, I mean, I know the bug. Snakes. Get my nerves. I get this a lot. What's better, Heartseeker Barrage? I get a lot of the what's best rogue build. Which rogue build is better? X or Y or Z? Yeah, I do get those questions a lot. I think Barrage is like slightly stronger, but I mean we're talking about small. Only because Umber Crux is able to scale Barrage stuff, whereas Umber Crux doesn't really do anything for Heartseeker. And you can't really use Umber Crux on Heartseeker. That's kind of the primary reason why, but I actually prefer to play Heartseeker over Barrage in general. Playstyle. CC. Yeah, man, you're welcome. This was a bad interaction.
I need more time. More time.
Yeah, see, if I can get more mobs like that, where I can actually get my combo up and not have to worry so much, that should be great. The armor mobs or whatever, ruining things. Like these guys up here. Alright, C6. This guy GA Dex Armor Crux, perfect, unique, implicit. Only 45, 44, 50 vulnerable on it. Heck yeah, man. I'll take that. Still way better than what I got. Eric, I think I still might be on your friends list, Eric. Should you wait for is it bad to farm T2 for mythics? No, not really. You can literally farm for anything in the game in T1. Literally in T1. Like, although obviously you'll have higher chances in the higher tournaments, but at that point it's about speed. How many boss runs can you do? Streamers like, does it have a something like it's a space streaming the bug, but don't you think it's bad for the books? You won't see me do it. I'll put it that way. I'm not gonna comment on like any other content creators on like what they choose to do, but you're not gonna see me do that. No, tournament level does actually drop 800 power level. Well, all tournaments drop 800 item power level. It's just not common. It's not constant. So it's not like there's like tournament 3, you're gonna get 800 items all the time. It's supposed to be rare. So like the 800 items are a rare item tier in general. But you can get the 800 items in T2. You can get it in T1 actually, but it's just rare. But you can gamble, you can do all those kind of things to try to force it. Is Flurry Rogue good enough for T4 without crazy gear? Without crazy gear, I mean you can manage T4, sure. There is an OP Flurry, like an overpower Flurry build, but that requires Korean gear or Spirit-born Korean gear. So I wouldn't recommend that. All right, thank you, sir. I'll hold on to that there. Is Fist of Fate a must? Yes, it is. It is. I hate the inconsistency in damage, man. Oh, me too. JD, me too. I am with you. I hate it. But it is required. Unfortunately. It is unfortunately required. But I hate it too. Just like you do. I hate it. If I could build Barrage or Heartseeker without Fist of Fate, I totally would. It's just not you just can't. It's very why it's hard to gauge what Robo is the best. Yeah, well, partially, yeah, because our damage is all over the place. You're right. Our damage it's all over the place because of that freaking stupid item. But all right, I'm gonna have to head off because this is actually later than I actually was intended to stream. But I have fun. Song. I think that was Lindsey Sterling. Yeah, Lindsey Sterling Underground. Yeah, Underground. She does a lot of covers on violin though. She's like really good. Like I like her stuff. It's like really relaxing, or it's really like pleasing to the ear listening to her play. But I guess that is it for tonight. I'm going to probably start the stream with more Barrage still. I'm probably gonna just do a couple of more things on Barrage. And then I might actually switch back to Heartseeker for a little bit just to kind of see, now that I have better pieces of gear in general, to see like where Heartseeker, you know, because I mean I'm stronger on Barrage than I was on Heartseeker, but also I have better gear on Barrage than when I was playing Heartseeker. So I kind of want to go back to it to mess around with some things just to see how I feel about it, see if I find anything. And then after that, we'll build Rapid Fire and play some Rapid Fire tomorrow. At least that is the goal. Because I do need to make a video guide on Rapid Fire. It's to put on the Maxroll guide and stuff. So, I will do that. But yeah, where are we gonna go? It's crazy to see like some of the like I guess I wouldn't have expected some of the content creators who have been like doing like massive subathon streams to still be streaming as much as they have been, going into what, day 7 now, I think. Because they're streamers that I normally would never see on this, like around this time frame, that are like still on doing the thing. I forgot where to go. Let's go to Evilea. Oogie is rolling. Not surprised. Oogie's Oogie's a really good player. I feel like he doesn't get enough attention for the stuff he does. Him and Panda Glassjaw both are like extremely good hardcore players that I feel like don't get enough recognition. Oh, Sarah's on right. Oh, so like they just keep the stream going and just rotate the people out. Rotate his girlfriend out. Anyways, like I said, I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, till next time.